Cause I see it all through the frames, and I leave it all on the pages, feeling like they want me locked in a cage. They want us all on the fake shit, but I'ma go all the way A with it, cause I don't feel all the way safe with it. Nah, spray the champagne shower up in the air, stunning goggles, what the fuck is a fruit? Untamed, and she wide off the goose, ghost ride, bitch, I come through the roof. Fuck quick, cause they all on my tail.
What's going on, fam? How y'all doing?
Good.
How you doing? Happy Sunday. Days coming back so quick. Almost February already. Any special plans today? Y'all watching the game or what? Yeah. It's a bear down.
Man, don't nobody give a damn about that, the game.
There you go. Shout out to Brother Hink, man. He's gonna be at the game today. So shout out to him.
Hey, tell Hink that ain't no excuse for not being where he's supposed to be. Y'all ain't got Wi-Fi in y'all stadium?
That's
probably too cold. Wi-Fi don't work in the wintertime in Chicago, so that's cool.
Yeah, you know how it is, man. Anyhow, good to see you guys. Hey, let's make sure you mute in between, because I know it's gonna take some feedback on your end. Let's make sure you mute in between. Glad to see you guys. What's going on, Viz? You there?
No, Viz still stuck trying to get that turtleneck off from last episode.
That's what I was thinking. He probably trying to make a stylish entrance or something. What's going on, Mrs. Hank? In here representing. Okay. She's representing for her sweetie. Good to see you, Mrs. Hank. Glad you hold it. Man. Got a good show for you guys. Shout out to Sham Monet. I know she did send me this clip that we're about to ready to watch. Dating should be classist. Dating down turns into a parent, not a partner. So we're gonna open it up with that. And we got a couple other more topics behind it. So we're gonna get in and get out. Ain't gonna be no church sermon today. Like the shirt, mistake. Yeah, Vier's got to watch out now. I see you stuff coming in here on style too, huh?
Y'all asked Mistaken why she wasn't at church today.
Actually, ma'am, I went to the early service. How about that?
Okay. I was like, she got a new car. She was using them miles on everything except for the Lord. I saw your mom though. She looked pretty.
Just like black folks. I don't think they do this in other cultures, man, where they just be airing people business out like that.
Well, she came at me first.
And be wrong.
Remember about 3 Sundays ago.
And be loud and wrong. Actually, I went to another church.
Okay.
I went to Berean. I went to Berean. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I've been there. Well, I'll excuse you this Sunday.
You there? What's going on with your internet? I struggle streaming today. Naya. Oh, bad bro. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. He sent me a message. Hold on. Right. Let me just check on Viz, make sure you're here. I want to play this clip over again. Cookie, good to see you.
Yes, sir.
How you feeling?
I'm good. I'm just glad I don't have to go to work tomorrow.
Oh, y'all are off tomorrow.
Yeah.
I know the kids are off. Y'all cheesing? So y'all be looking
let
forward
me come in and spread my blabbermouth joy today on Sunday, since I don't have work tomorrow. I don't have to plan anything for tomorrow.
Okay.
But other than that, I'm good. The Houston Texans are doing great. I hate that the Bills lost last night, but you know, refs will be refs.
Yeah. You want to know what's a conversation starter?
Well,
Wearing some of that Bears PPE.
the what?
Wearing Bears merch. If you got anything with Bears on, it's a conversation starter. I'll tell you that much. So if you're an introvert, you're looking to have some folks come to you, just put on that Bears jersey, hoodie, bear hat, anything you got on. They're going to come have a conversation with you. You a football fan, AM?
Who was that?
AM, can you hear me?
He said call him love, didn't he?
No, he said call AM.
Oh, well, never mind.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us? AM, can you hear us? I might got to put some message on the screen. AM, we can't hear you. You on mute?
Yeah, okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Okay. All right, just want to make sure we had you. I said, you're a football fan?
No, I don't watch too many sports.
Okay. I don't find too many brothers like that, man. Y'all must be real disciplined.
No sports.
Okay.
Gym.
Gym. Okay. Well, that's like sport. That's a sport.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're trying to show out now, Viz. That's not your cue to come pull off your shirt or nothing.
No.
No, I was talking to Viz. You know, Viz being the gym heavy too. Every now and then he like to try to shut us down in his reels, but it's like it's real subtle, something unexpected. I'm like, okay, this guy trying to show out. All right, I see what he on. Definitely inspirational though, man. Like 2026 gonna be my year.
Hey, let's get back to it. Let's get to it.
Yep. All right. Now that we got the dry conversation out the way, I can tell by Dan's whatever she just did with her glasses there. It says it all. But this show topic right here, dating should be classes. So I expect for you to be leading this discussion.
Let me just say this. I sent JR a lot of reels. This is the one he chose. Don't do that, JR.
You commented on
I'm
it.
listening to JR reels every single day.
Yeah, but you commented on this one, so I know this was.
Oh, I
definitely-
did.
Yeah, you did.
I believe you. I do the same thing. And I'll be like, JR, this what?
No, but you always send me like one track, mine reels. It's like they all say the same thing, and particularly from that
You
guy.
talking about me?
I'm focused.
Oh, Cookie.
Yeah, just send me like 1 or 2 every 2 months. Yeah, and they say the same thing. Like, see, it's what they were talking about on the show. See, I know I wasn't stupid. I know I wasn't crazy. See,
I'm gonna told you so person, but he knows that already.
I have a question for the guys too at the end because it has nothing. It's my own topic that I wanted to ask. That I saw some of the same guys on the podcast, and I just wanted to. I think it's some of the same faces, and so just remind me if we have time.
okay, all right. Let's go ahead and get into it. I'm gonna play this clip and let's go ahead and react to it. Here we go.
I believe in classism when it comes to dating. Your subculture is going to determine your experience and your approach to dating, as well as just basic lifestyle compatibility. You don't hear about people who live in rural America having all of these debates about dating because they exist within the same subculture, and it is therefore very easy for them to date. The internet has created new subcultures where people are attaching themselves to a particular group without actually being within that subculture. So I guess it's not that it's new, but more you have people who think they belong there and who don't. What I mean by this is, for both the men who hate women and the women who hate men camp, for example, people got on the internet and they started sharing these ideas because in their subculture, following these ideas actually made sense and actually got them results. Not just because they believed, I think a man should have to give me money, but because of several other subcultural factors such that led them to being with a man who just gives them a bunch of money. However, people on the internet heard this, ran with the ideas, and are trying to apply it to a lifestyle that they simply do not have. They are not even in proximity with the type of person that fits within this subculture. When it comes to classism specifically, the issue is that most people think class has to do with making more money. And that alone is why you can't be anywhere around me. Because somebody who is low class and doesn't realize that there are differences between classes is going to embarrass you. They are also going to be very shocked by the environments and the situations that they are put in, because of course it's not just money. Everything that you do within your lifestyle is drastically different. And so now you have to play the parent role. You have to teach them all of these things. Or, maybe you're the ATM role, because the only reason that somebody who is low class is so concerned about dating people above their class is to shortcut a financial means. And don't get me wrong, there are people who love to be an ATM and a parent. That is a kink, though. For everybody else, nobody who is of a high social status is going to stoop below them and date beneath their class level, because there's no benefit. Now, again, if you have a kink, you are at least getting a benefit from that. But for everybody else, it literally is a concept that doesn't make sense.
What does class mean in dating when it is not just money? We'll kick it off, Shan.
Oh,
wait.
go ahead, Cookie.
Without it even coming down to money, I think class is a basic word to use when you're talking about what kind of growth mindset someone has. So I would say there's bottom feeders who they're copycat, they're not leaders, and this is when men and women. And then you have the people that are wanting to grow when it comes to their mentality and get better about whatever it is in their life that takes accountability. And you have healed individuals who I get what he's saying when he's talking about classes. Now, I can't break down all of those classes. But I agree. There's just certain types of men. If something come out of their mouth, if I've ever heard them say something, unless he has a growth mindset and I know it, but if at my age, absolutely not, that I wouldn't even entertain. So I get it. But that's called discernment when it comes down to it. Like, is this person for me? Are they going to embarrass me? Like, in being eclectic, Cam, all the money in the world and he a dumbass, just stuff like that. Yeah, for sure there's classes to this. There's levels to this shit, right?
I was gonna say like, oh, class, but like, what about values? And then I had to rethink, because honestly, class sometimes determine value, right? They are connected. So when you putting aside money, the value aspect are certain norms that you develop and learn within the environment that you're in, right? So depending on your class, a a working class value is going to be very different than an elite class in terms of what they value. And so trying to mix up you know, that class, you're going to struggle a lot because your values are not necessarily going to match. And that is kind of like a foundation where most people build from a relationship.
What values would you say would be different or would clash between the elite and middle class?
I would say for elite, a lot of times it is about legacy. It's about family reputation. It's about all of those things. Where I think in a middle class, not that we don't value those things, but it's on the level of like, okay, we value education, right? That would be something that would be connected. But the type of education that you get in a middle class versus an elite are two different things. So looking at the nuances of those things, like in an elite class, you're learning through exposure, right? That a middle class person don't have the finances to actually learn those certain cultural values at the elite class.
I agree with mistaken. I agree with both Cookie and mistaken. I believe that it has a lot to do with values, your morals, how you were raised, what you believe is the priority in a house, how you carry yourself. We always talk about women dressing a certain kind of way, how you behave in certain situations. Those are all part of class, right? Because at the end of the day, your parents always tell you, look, when you walk outside the household, you represent me in our household, right? Um, I think what you expose yourself to, what you're around, the people you're around, all of that has something to do with your values and your class. Think about private school versus public school. When you're in a private school, they teach you not only the academia, but they teach you how to move, how to carry yourself. And that's for a reason, right? And in public school, it's more so they're just trying to teach you how to, read, write, foundation, because they don't know where you're gonna go. They're just trying to prepare you for whichever route you decide to take. But private school, they're very intentional. Some schools, even colleges, I would say Spelman and Morehouse are very intentional. They not only teach you, subject, your discipline, but they teach you as a person how you should move to be able to navigate in a certain class. So
I agree with you ladies to an extent. However, I know plenty of men and women in the elite class that has piss poor values. So I don't think that necessarily go hand in hand. I know middle class families, men and women, that their focus is their legacy. So I think for me personally, I think that is um I think is more so on the morals and values that you have wherever it is that you are. We've seen plenty of times of a middle class person bagging a person in the elite class. So I don't think that necessarily matters. It just matters on if, for some people, I enjoy fine dining. So I was out with someone, their fork dropped on the ground and they tried to pick it up. It's like, no, bro, that's what he's here for. You know, that may be childish, but that's somewhat of a value that people could align with or not align with due to the exposure, right? Of course. So I don't think that the elite and the middle necessarily is the separation gap with that.
I wanted to say, I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but money can't buy you class. It's two different things. Just because you have money doesn't necessarily mean you have class, right? It may put you in a financial class that you were able to obtain before, but there's so much more that goes along with your mentality. It's like a mentality thing, your class, right? Like, you've never heard that before, like, carry yourself with some class.
For sure.
So to speak. So I think that we think that money is the only thing that you need to be in a certain class. No, it's the way you move, right? You can still take a lower class mentality and bring it to an upper class, and you probably wouldn't fit in. You'll probably see like he's the eyesore. Not to say he doesn't belong there, because obviously he's worked hard to be where he is, but you may stick out because it's not the norm, so to speak. You don't move like the norm. Like some people would say that Elon Musk, I've heard, doesn't have class. Now he's definitely got the money, he has the intellect, but the way he moves is not of a person with class. I've heard that from people before, but that doesn't take away the fact that he's Elon Musk and he's doing the dang on thing. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that they necessarily go hand in hand. I think like I said, you can be in the group of a class because you have money, but you're not necessarily of that. Your mentality doesn't necessarily it doesn't resonate with them, so to speak.
And another example of like the elite and, middle class, or even being rich, right? It makes you think. Yeah, what came to mind was Harry and Meghan, right? They are of two different classes, right? And when you look at their class, the thing with Harry's it is about that legacy, and that's why it was so much slack that he took from marrying Megan, right? And by our standards, like Megan's she's a good catch, right? But for elite, because it is about pedigree, it's about all of those things that classes underneath that don't I ain't gonna say they don't care, but it is not as much as a dominant thing that has to happen when dating. Is just like on a different level. So that's an example too.
Hey, you want to get in this?
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. So yeah, my opinion on class. So I came from humble beginnings in life, so I don't really view people as like upper class, middle class, lower class. I kind of view it as like either you're a good person or you're not. I judge people based on their values and not what they have in their wallet. You know, that's just me. You know, I mean, everybody else is free to do whatever they want to do, but I'm personally not going to hang around anybody just because they have money or just because they have status or influence. Those are irrelevant things. If you can't treat the waiter correctly, if you can't treat the janitor correctly, then I don't want to be around you. I go to the gym and I shake the janitor's hand and I tell him thank you. And sometimes I help him just to help him. So that's my perspective. I don't look at none of that means anything to me personally in regards to class. It doesn't exist in my mind, in my world. You know, I'm a type of person I could wear something and I can go in a room with people and they wouldn't know what class I am because of how I conduct myself. And I grew up very poor. So that's just my perspective. I don't care how much money a person has. It's irrelevant. That's just my perspective.
Appreciate that. Go ahead, Cook. You want to respond?
Yeah, I just wanted to. You know what's crazy? I think that when it comes to the class and who people hang out with, I think men are more likely, because, like you just said, to not care. Because I've seen men pull girls out of strip clubs. I've seen men pull. I'm not because she's a stripper. It's not about the money. It's about the way she acts, right? I've seen men, and I think the most testy out of the two, um, the most critical out of the two genders about this whole dating with class and staying in your class is females, and they're always trying to be pulled up, if that makes sense. That's what I see a lot now. I'm not trying to be a quote unquote pick me or any of that shit. I'm just speaking realness today. Most times, men are just like, I don't care what she do. I like her. I like her. I like her. She coming with me. That's what I like. And the women are like, I got to do this. Now, more recently, now real Negroes, like 90s Negroes were like that. Now it's crazy because a lot of these younger dudes are becoming females, and I think that with all the over analyzing, once again, here we are, no shade. I'm not saying it's the bad topic. I'm just saying, I just think that people should do with who they want, you know?
I think
Well,
we've conflated class with with reputation and name. And the example where he says, when you leave the house, don't forget, you represent us. That's not a class. That's you representing your last name and your parents' reputation, how they raise you. You're representing them. You're not class. That's not a class thing. And like you can have class qualities without having class money, but you can't have class position without the money. And it seems like we're just saying that, hey, these classes are just character traits that we like from the unfortunately higher classes tend to embody than lower classes do. So this is what it seems like we've kind of disqualified or tried to dismantle it so that the more people can fit into these areas. Like there's some low earning people who have high class financial intelligence or high class discipline. However, they're not high class. So you can't. It would be unfair for us to tell people that, hey, you can move, you can feel like you're high class if you want to, or your class doesn't matter because I don't have it either. And that's not a message we should teach people or that we should put out, because again, classes matter. That's how we separate ourselves from the rest of the pack. And unfortunately, people who tend to try to minimize the importance of class, oftentimes never achieve class of any substantial status. So if you got to be very, very, very clear, like, like character without money is admirable, right? But like class without money is unfinished. There's nothing. You can have the greatest character in the world and still live a miserable life. You can have the greatest character in the world and still make mediocre. But you don't have the class until you have the ability to provide for yourself a means to have the life that you want to live. It's not just your character. It's also about your reach, your network, unfortunately your net worth, and then the value adds to society. All the rest of the stuff that we seem to miss, like treating janitors properly, thanking waiters, that's just good character. Good character is present in every class level. But it's not to say that just because one person doesn't have this character, one like Viz says, hey, it's childish, but hey, he's right. Bro is here for that. That's what his job is. And then somebody else who wants to pick the fork up themselves, they could be in the same class, just have different values. But we can't. We have to stop trying to redefine words so that way we can have that. So that way they're more inclusive of like a larger group of people.
Well, the conversation was based around aside from money.
Right.
That was my response. You can't have. That's my point. Is you can't have a position in the class without money. You can have characteristics of a class without money, but money is a key part of your class. So
wait, hold on.
When we try
isn't it called social class? Isn't it called social class?
Said at the beginning.
Yeah.
I just got here.
That's a fair point. But that's what I'm saying is that we can't do that. Like that's what people like to do because everybody wants to remove the barrier that most people don't have. Most people don't have money. So then people want to remove that as a criteria or a barrier to entry to anything because it makes people feel more included. It's like, oh, I can do that now. It's inspiring. It's just also disingenuous because at the end of the day, once you get there and you have the money, it's going to either make you a hypocrite or two, it's going to make you a victim. You'll be a hypocrite because when you get there, you're like, well, I got money. Now I'm definitely in the class. Or when you never get there, you're going to feel like, man, the only reason why I'm not high class is because I don't have money. And unfortunately, your financial status is a key part of your class, socially, economically, or even in the dating market.
I agree. And that's why I was like, I don't think we should be using this word up front. That was the first thing that came out of my mouth. I didn't like the word.
Yeah, because think like money turns character traits into reality. Shan has a great character, but Shan doesn't have a lot of money. Shan can't go affect. No, I'm just saying this is an example.
God damn.
So Shan doesn't have a lot of money. So Shan can't go use that great character and have it affect a large amount of people. Now, Shan's a millionaire. She makes $1 million a year. Shan can go take that good character traits and go start a foundation. She can go donate. She can go take whatever philanthropic means she chooses to because she has the means to make her great character and her visions that stem from that a reality. McDonald's working Shan can't do that. CEO executive Shan can. We can't have a conversation about class without having money involved in it. We can have a character conversation. We can have a intellect conversation. We can have a value in the dating market conversation to some extent without money. But even if we have that conversation, we're only talking about women. Because unfortunately for men, our number one agency in the dating market is our ability to provide. And that is directly tied to our financial status.
Go ahead, Am. Were you trying to respond?
Oh yeah. So just to respond to what he was saying in regards to money being a big factor and including everybody in it, there are once you get to a certain level of income, there's certain people who are at that level and they don't care if you have money. And the reason why they don't care if you have money because anybody can obtain money at this point in society. Anybody can obtain money if they have the right backing, resource, access, and knowledge. Period. So there's a certain income level in our society where there's a door, and they want to see your work. They want to see your body of work before they let you in here because they can sign the checks. They don't need you to come in this room with no check. And when you don't understand that and you don't work on your character, you don't work on yourself spiritually, because I can feel when I'm in a room with people who have bad spirits. I don't know about everybody else, but I can feel that. So I get what everybody's saying in regards to money and social status, but again, like I said, all of these things play on your character, and the more access you have to resources, the more it shows the world who you actually are. So
I think we coping.
Hold on, man. Let me respond.
All right.
I'm gonna ask the panel a question. AM, you don't have to. You can sit this one out. If all of you guys are billionaires, right? Are you going to do business with someone who? Would you be more likely to do business with someone who is also a billionaire, or someone who works at McDonald's?
Billionaire.
Somebody else.
So
It depends on what they doing. That's not a fair
right, it's
question.
not. That's not. Yeah, right.
No.
What are they
It
doing?
was a straightforward question.
It was a straightforward question for a reason, because obviously there's going to be one-offs. Cookie, you can go. You're saying if you do 10 deals a week, you may go to McDonald's, talk to the girl, like, damn, your lashes is bomb. She's like, I made them myself. You might see opportunity to invest in that. Those are few and far in between. What I understand about the people who make money or who earn at a higher level, all that character and shit is cool. Like, you have to have that. That's basic. It's almost like for those same men, women have to be pretty with a fat ass, because all the women they try to get them are pretty with fat asses. So that the two things that make them special are basic now. That good character is basic now. And the fact that when people say anybody can make money, there's no argument there. The problem is the majority of people don't. And they choose not to. Because if someone says anybody can make money, but they haven't made money, they're telling everybody, I haven't done the best I know I could do. So that argument is easily attacked and dismantled, because now you're talking about something that's just pure speculation and conjecture. And then more importantly, we're only talking about the one-offs. We're not talking about the majority. We're talking about, well, yeah, there are some guys who got a bunch of money who don't care. I don't care who I hang out with as far as just kicking it for the most part. As long as you take care of your kids, you're not a sex offender, and you're not buying coochie, we can kick it. Like, I have a very low barrier to entry who I kick it with when I'm outside. But who I bring close to me, all of the other shit is the default. Character, everything is standard. So we can't say that, we can't speak for a group that we're, one, not in, and that, two, from the anecdotal pieces of it, like the part that we know that we want to hear, because those types of responses seem like, hey, I want to be included in this. I want to make sure that I'm absolved of any type of culpability I have. Because again, to say that anybody can make money, no argument. Unfortunately, the majority of us will not. And that's present. And just look at our lives today. The majority of us on this panel do not have the ability to get up and go do whatever they want, whenever they want. They can't go affect whatever change they want. They can't take I can't take my little small version of Shan's good character and go do whatever it is I want to do to help somebody if I didn't have money. If I didn't have the ability to go affect change and to create the reality I want to, none of that stuff came from my good character and my good qualities. My discipline, my drive, my ambition put me in the position I'm in. But again, I'm in the position. So like Chris Brown said, it sounds like a lot of times we talk like this is people hating outside of a club they can't get in.
I agree. I agree with everything you're saying. I just looked up the definition for class, and it says the system of order in a society in which people are divided into sets based on perceived social or economic status. Now, again, I get. I'm with you 100% with the financial part, but there still is, even in the elite class, there's still different level of classes within the elite class. Just as Shan pointed out, if Elon is one of the richest men on the planet, but when he get around other rich people, they feel like he doesn't have any class, then where does that put him? You know, is that now ignoring the social part of it?
Put him in a higher class.
I think
it's called new money. That class is called new money. That's what Elon is.
Yeah, the new money class. So I think that the qualities that usually are associated with class aren't necessarily all given. There are single moms who are elite status, but that's a low class thing to do. That doesn't mean that they've been shunned and their family doesn't want them anymore. They're no longer the legacy. It just means that what you did was a low class thing to do. Like, so there are people who are in a certain class that still do low class things, maybe because they were raised a different way. Maybe they changed classes along the way. Maybe they grew up in a lower class. That's where they got their values, and now they're in another class, and it takes some learning, right? So it's so many. It's so. It's not as easy as, because some people are raised. Okay.
Yeah, and when you're talking about subculture too, there's subcultures within every class, right? So when we're talking about the elite class and what Cookie just said, you have new money versus old money. Their values and the way they approach things are very different, right? So they have a subculture within their own class. Every single class has a subculture. So those are some of the things like what Shan was saying with Elon Musk. He would be considered a subculture within that elite class because majority of people in that class do not move like him.
Like two people can make two people can make millions of dollars and be in two separate classes. For example, a guy who wins the lottery for $10 million, but was just a school teacher the day before. He's not automatically in the upper class just because he has $10 million. The guy who goes and starts a business and builds it up, and now he has earned $10 million, is more likely to be in that class. It's more likely to be in upper class because he did what it took to get there, aside from having the money. Nobody up here has made it a point or said or even implied that only having money puts you in upper class. But I personally have made sure to make a clear discernment for was having money is a part of being in some classes, and that your money, the amount of money, your financial potential, your earning potential, or your net worth is a part of your class at all levels. Your character is a piece as well, but I would also, there's an argument to be had, I would say that your earning potential is probably the biggest piece biggest piece for what class you're going to be in.
Exactly, I agree. I think, and typically when we have these conversations, it's a lot of like coping in these conversations. And I get it. I understand people don't like to feel like they can't do something or they can't be a part of something or, things like that. But I do think that even if you have, the utmost class and you can fit in and you match the etiquette of a certain class of people at a certain point, you can't stand it. You're not going to be able to be in that class. Like, all right, let's say you meet a guy who's a billionaire and y'all hit it off and he's thinking that you guys are in the same class. Eventually he's going to want to go on vacation and you can't go, or he's going to want to do certain things and, drive certain cars, and he going to have to let you borrow his cars, and he going to have to pay for every single thing that you do.
Billionaires don't care about that shit though.
Oh, how many billionaires What's in it?
The Bushes. My dad was in the same rifle club as the George Bush Senior and Junior. Like, what do you mean?
When's the last time?
I don't think they care about.
I've been in a rifle club. Y'all know where I grew up.
No. I'm gonna finish my question real quick. So, when's the last time you had a conversation with George Bush?
I don't talk to the Bushes like that. They're Republicans. I'm on strike right now, but I grew up around that.
Yeah.
But they don't care about that.
I don't think they care about vacationing with people.
You're not about to tell me.
They don't pay for shit.
Y'all are not about to tell me that there are billionaires who are going to just and they may do it, right? Who are going to pay for your entire existence because they like to hang around you.
Oh, yeah, I agree with that.
Yes, they do.
I agree with you on that. I don't agree that they do.
That's even if a one-off does that, you're not in his class. You his young boy.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But you were telling a story that was not true. We're just saying that if he pulls it, he's gonna notice that these billionaires don't care.
Why do we always go to billionaires? Like billionaires are the majority of rich people. There's only like 1,000 billionaires, I think, in America or some shit. Why is that always the metric? It seems like we always get black people always get super extreme when they start talking about money. It's like a billionaire is the only people that can do this. It's 8-figure niggas who have the same types of conversations and thoughts. However, they are still as few and far in between as billionaires are to the rest of these niggas with money. It just because one person does something, oh well, yeah, I know one billionaire who, he'll take me to South of France for 3 weeks and I ain't got to pay for shit just because that's my homeboy. That's one person. The majority of billionaires are not doing that stuff. So when we
the majority of billionaires don't play for
you don't know billionaires. So we're gonna stop talking about billionaires.
Thing, right? So the unfortunately, damn Cookie, I hate because you cool. The problem is like we have these conversations talking about stuff that we have never experienced firsthand. Like we have ideas about it, right? There's billionaires on paper things, they get shit for free. I will tell you that a billionaire pays for more things than most millionaires will, because they pay for things that save them time. They pay for house managers. They pay for people who will move their one location to another location so they can go on vacation. Billionaires spend money at a completely different level because they're in a completely different stratosphere. Millionaires do too when it comes to these $100,000 niggas. They pay for things that afford them the luxury of time. So until you either, one, are a billionaire or a millionaire, or two, hang out with those people exclusively, nobody is ever going to be able to argue the fact that these are just one-off stories. Being in a rifle club with the Bushes, super dope. That's something that I hope my kids get to do.
That ain't the only rich ass person I know,
my
though.
point is that of the
and just y'all just be so zesty and mad. Do y'all know where I went?
Of the million people that you know, I guarantee you that less than 0.1% of those people are billionaires.
I don't know a million people though. I'm an introvert, but a lot of the people I do know,
you can get a billionaire on the phone right now.
Successful.
You can get a billionaire on the phone.
I didn't say all billionaire. I'm talking about people that can pay and don't give a fuck about paying.
And what
I know for a fact.
What he is saying
is all a tax write-off. That's how I know y'all don't know billionaires.
What he
if
is
they
saying
paying
is
for
that
other
the people
people's
who
shit,
talk
they
like
write
this
it
and get
off.
billionaires on
That's
the
not.
phone.
It's not all a tax write-off.
It is if they're discussing certain things while you're around.
Oh my God, you've been watching too much Instagram.
No, I haven't. I've been hanging around my friends.
Oh my God.
I think that she's suggesting like just a play toy, like not a marriage person. Is that what
I am friends with people with money.
Yeah,
I don't think, and y'all don't have to believe me. I'm not gonna sit up here and there's conversations that I've got into with y'all that certain names have come up, and when I don't talk about them people, it's because I know those people personally. You can go back and say, I know those people. I'm not talking about them. My whole thing about it is you can either be a hater and hate from outside the club, like y'all was just talking about, or listen to the bitch that be in the club with the millionaires in the convoy. I'm telling you, my best friends, never mind. They don't care.
That's the
They're
problem.
going to find a way. They're going to find a loophole to get their money back. They always do. That's what that class does.
I need to reiterate my point, right? Just because I allow you to come with me and hang out with me and get on my yacht and get on my boat and all of these things does not mean you are in my class. You need to understand that you are not in my class, but I'm bringing you with me because you are fun to be around, or maybe I like you.
That makes more sense.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. Like they'll pay, they're gonna pay for. They gonna pay for their bitches. They're gonna pay for whoever they want to be around to have fun. I get it. I dig that. But you're not in the same class because you don't have the money, and you might have everything else. Like the boy on remember ATL, whatever his name was. He just wasn't. Yeah, he just wasn't in the other class. It just is what it is.
I think the key to this is knowing that social stratification doesn't really matter unless you're adding up dollars and cents. Because when it comes to the dating world, I said it before, I don't like the word class being used when we're talking about you should date in classes or whatever. I just feel like you should date people that you like, that you get along with, and that make you happy.
Let me interrupt real quick.
Because we've gotten way off subject.
Yeah, let me interrupt real quick. I got another clip that I'm gonna play that adds to the conversation. So let's go ahead and shift it to this. And this alone, what we already been talking about already.
Not care about your career, ladies. I'm sorry, they just don't. They will date a waitress at Applebee's over a corporate executive if they treat them right and make their lives easier. What does the science say about this?
The men don't care about your career. It kind of depends on what men you're talking about. If you're talking about successful men, they clearly do. Like this whole meme, the successful men will date an Applebee's waitress, doesn't line up with the data that richer men tend to select richer women. More educated men tend to select more educated women. Richer women appear basically immune to the decline in marriage that has transpired since the 1970s. When you look at this data holistically, it doesn't seem to be the case that there is effect of men selecting downward for youth and beauty and whatnot at the expense of career and education. When you look at the most successful men, they tend to pair up with the most successful women.
Do you guys think?
He's 100% correct overall. However, we talk about black issues, and the study he's talking about breaks that down by race. And mistaken, don't cap your head too much because it doesn't apply to us. It doesn't apply
Oh,
to
I'm
us.
sure. But it
It
makes
doesn't.
sense.
It doesn't apply to
That's
us.
the
It
same
doesn't
study.
apply to anybody
So,
beneath
Hold on,
us
y'all.
either.
Let them finish, y'all.
It
Let them
only
finish.
applies
so
to
he
white
called me out,
people.
but I wanted to
Hold on.
clarify that I did
Okay.
read that
Okay.
study.
It
Okay,
only
Mr. I'm gonna
applies
let
to
you respond right
Mexicans.
after him.
Excuse me. It only applies to white people and Asians as the majority. For us, that doesn't apply at all. That's one of the few studies where we're actually at the bottom, like actually at the bottom, because successful black women do suffer from the marriage decline at a rate almost 3 times higher than that of their white counterparts. And it's in that same study he just said, though. So mind you, that's a white podcast talking about just people in general. We tend to try to keep things at our level, so let's make sure that we have the conversation based off the appropriate data.
Okay, go ahead and respond in a second.
Within that same study, though, again, when they look at the the economic, it does begin to look differently as well. But what you said in terms of women, the issue becomes when we're looking at the education, because more Black women are more highly educated than Black men. We do have a tendency to, I hate saying this phrase, but for the topic of conversation, date down in that area. We don't necessarily pair up educationally just because the numbers aren't there. But overall, when you just pull that group out, when you isolate that group, a lot of them do, majority of them do pair bond based on education level.
Right. That same study attributes that to the proximity to those people.
Yeah.
So
I don't think it's based on education level. I
That's
think it's
why
just
that would be the case. Educated women find educated men because they're around educated men. Unfortunately, that's not the majority of men, as you put it, as you explained. So that's when there's a one word reason for something, it's not something you can build an argument off of. The reason why it's what you said is true is only because of proximity. If you take college out, people who don't go to college, and people just go through, get 2-year degrees or get certifications, or or high school diplomas. Everything else is even worse. So I mean, the college part does soften the blow for y'all some. However, still doing almost 3 times as bad compared to the other colors of the racial rainbow.
Right, but yes, I agree 100%. But I think I guess the broader aspect of it is just talking about the alignment. So you'll typically see this if you're just taking Black people in general, if we're just taking them out because we know our stuff look different than other groups, right? Mm-hmm. But in terms of the same behaviors is what I'm talking about. Typically, you'll see based on proximity, like you said, if I have higher education, which allows me to have more money, then more than likely I'm not going to be in the hood. I'm going to be in the suburbs or something, right? So then my environment is different. And so therefore my dating access is going to be different. So I'm speaking more along those lines about the lineup of the matching. If I live in the hood, then more than likely, if I live in the hood, then more than likely the people that I have to choose from within that environment more than likely are going to be of that same environment. Like you said, access.
Question.
That's all.
You made this. They said that people who get degrees earn more money. If more Black women are more educated than Black men, why do they earn less than Black men?
So now you're getting into that versus sex. Because if you look
this
at
is why I asked you what we was talking about, JR, right now.
Right. If you look
bitter
at
ass niggas
across the board, regardless of which class you're in, women do have a tendency to make less than men in general. So those are two different things.
Well, you're mistaken. So what you did was you said that, if you have more education, then you make more money, and then you're in a better area. But I think you conflated those two things. Like education doesn't mean that you're going to make more money. I think the study was saying that educated people date educated people. Was that what it was saying?
Yeah, but you got to follow along the thought pattern that I'm saying. If ideally, typically when you have a higher education level, the idea behind getting a higher education is so you can make more money, right? So that's the thought pattern that I'm going with. If we say higher education leads to, and the stats show that typically a higher education over the course of a lifetime, you typically make more money. So based on that, I'm saying when you are able to make enough money to move out of one class to another, you typically leave. You rarely ever see Black millionaires, right? You don't see Black millionaires living in the hood, even though that's where they are from. That's all I was saying.
I'd like to say something. Now, I do believe what Willie has said about, it definitely don't apply to the Black community itself.
Who is talking?
Naya.
This
Yeah, who
is
is that?
this is Nia
Naya just
Naya
pulled up. He froze
right
though.
here. Yeah,
Oh, your
I'm right
picture
here.
froze, big dog.
Yeah, it's still frozen.
Yeah.
Let me. What about now?
No, you still
Yeah.
frozen, champ.
Hold on. I'm gonna get out and come back in. So y'all keep doing your thing.
I have a question. So are we saying that educated Black women don't make more than uneducated Black men?
No, what I said was that there are more as a whole, women are more educated than men. As a whole, women still make less than Black men.
No, I'm saying when you put apple to orange, do educated women make more than uneducated Black men?
I don't know. I need to find out. Let me look.
Okay, y'all can see me now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can see you.
All right. Yeah.
You look like you got a 7-Eleven today.
Well, I work at 7-Eleven. I'm joking. Yeah, so I do definitely agree with Willie when he said it doesn't apply. Now, the only issue here with the other groups is that because I do think educated anyone, educated Black woman and an educated white Black man, either one they could still pair. It's all about I think it's all about how their mindset is, like how their mindset. And mostly educated Black women, the mindset is normally like an independent, a selfish type of mindset, so it never really works out. So this is where I would be like, they need like a father figure at home to bring some form of structure, even if they are educated. Let's say we see educated Black women who making millions of dollars. But when she meet me, an educated Black man who's making the same amount, she's kind, humble, loving, etc. I would definitely marry that. I got no problem because now we could put our money together and grow together. But what tends to happen is when they come, oh, I'm the shit. So it'd be like, oh boy, now I'm seeing problems. And so it's like, okay, if you believe you're the shit, then you and your money and your shit, you keep over there with all the shits. So thus, we don't like to engage or interact with all that because we know it's going to be a headache, not just then, but also going up in the future. The more we keep interacting with the individual, might trying to take half of our bread, might cause us chaos throughout. But like I said, if there's it's mostly about the father being home while they are doing their studies and actually making that money. That's it's. I think that play a very crucial role. Or their grandmother, because your grandmother sometimes have the structure. It play a very crucial role because if that is in place, then there won't be no issue with an educated Black woman dating an educated Black man. It will be real healthy. It will be balanced, and it will move smoothly.
I think you're making a different argument though. I think your argument is that, these two things can, work together and be together. But I don't think that's what we're seeing. We're seeing what's just more likely to happen typically. Of course you might be able to meet a woman with money and make it work, and she might meet a man with money and you can make it work. But I think these people just tend to frequent the same places. You normally pick partners based on proximity. Like that's why people cheat normally with people they work with, because they're there with them most of the time and they just build a relationship and you end up cheating with them, or you might, people in school end up getting married because they met somebody in college. You're just with these people. You just so happen to be in the same proximity. So these are the people you build relationships with.
Yeah. Would you want to chime in to this discussion? Add anything?
I would think that is what he just said is kind of true, as far as like it's a lot easier to just end up with somebody that's in your proximity. because I've seen people that are in the same proximity but don't even really have anything in common, right? So it'll be like, oh, we went to the same college and it makes sense for us to be together, but at the same time, you end up with a person that you could get a divorce from, because just because you're in proximity with somebody and because you both got a college degree and it makes sense on paper that the guy that's in finance marries the lady that's becoming a lawyer, you guys could have totally different values, totally different upbringings, totally different ideologies. So I'm not going to say it's always like the best decision and it works out well, but a lot of people do definitely end up in a relationship based off of proximity for sure.
All right. Anybody else got anything to add?
I think people that get in relationships because of proximity, that's low level thinking, personally. But if that's your thing, since that's my opinion. I'm not saying there's a fact or a study behind it. That's just my opinion. I'm throwing it out there.
I think
When you
though,
say,
even in that though, even if we are in proximity with each other and we don't have the same class values, then I feel like it's the same thing. I know, not incorporating or taking into consideration the financial part of it, but if me and Bougie are dating, me, Bougie, and Cookie are all in the same vicinity, and Cookie felt that
Cookie should be in my vicinity.
okay, well y'all are matching.
Player.
y'all are matching. So even in that situation, right? Let's say Cookie feels like the pastor's wife that we were talking about a few weeks ago, or whatever. She felt that her dress was okay, and Bougie didn't feel that it was okay. It would make more sense for me to align with the person that aligns with my belief on that. I'm a lean more towards that person, in which, in my opinion, would put these two women in two different classes, in a sense. So I think the proximity part, I don't know if it's getting conflated with it all.
I think we're reiterating like the common sense part, but I think that should be just understood. Of course, like people can match with people that they align with more, but however, I think a lot of doctors marry doctors, that like they just marry other doctors because they work with them, they go to school with them. Like that's, and a lot of people are likely to meet somebody who's in their friend circle, in their friend group.
Bro, what do you think people did before the internet? Proximity is the only way you met people. Like the idea that people don't date because of proximity is just like saying people don't date because of who they're attracted to. You don't even have the opportunity to meet someone that you can't meet. The internet just made it where a motherfucker in Idaho can meet a nigga in Miami. If her ass is fat enough, he gonna fly her out. Before that nigga in Miami would have never met that chick in Idaho. Like proximity is the only reason why people dated prior to, dial-up internet. But social media now has made it so you can be a baddie in Bangladesh and a girl, you will get flown to Houston if you look right. If that man sees the right post, like I understand like that it maybe it sounds good but that is probably one of the easiest points to refute, because it takes you, when you say that, okay, proximity doesn't matter, you're taking into the fact that, okay, well, if no matter what I am or who I am or where I am, I would have still met who I met without proximity. I would have just met them because of fate, or like because maybe God did it. The internet is the reason why the majority of us know each other on this panel. It's the reason why we're interacting. But it's not because of proximity. I would have never been in proximity to Mont if it had been for internet. Now me and nigga kick it. I would have never met JR without the internet. Like proximity is the reason. There's proximity that even goes into your kids. Like proximity is so key now. Like to think them saying like that if proximity doesn't matter, it's just not true.
Yeah, and when you think about it, like even algorithms are proximity based to some degree, not like geographical, right? But like content wise. So, like for example, like I be fucking with Ali and them, Ilkon and them, right? And then I'll be fucking with like other channels, like we all like kind of on, even on the internet, it's like proximity circles where you end up meeting other people. And a lot of the people I see in the comments being comments on other channels, and they be like, it's just common sense.
Let me go ahead. Hold on. AM, you muted. Go ahead, AM. You want to say something?
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask a question in regards to earlier when they were talking about black men's education and black women's education. So, like, I hear a lot of times in this conversation we don't include trades in this conversation because I'm a tradesman and I make six figures, and I didn't have a high school diploma 6 months ago. I just got my high school diploma 6 months ago, and I make six figures as a tradesman, and I don't have any like degree at all. So
would that not be education though?
Huh?
You're educated in the area. Is that not considered
Yeah,
education?
but what
I don't
hear
think it's
people.
reflected
He means formal education.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think it's
yeah.
reflected.
Like a lot of times they say like you
That's
don't have
not what
this.
y'all said though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I was just saying a
We
lot
were
of
talking
times.
about quantifiable.
Hold on, y'all. Let them finish.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just was just saying like just in regards to I don't when I hear these conversations I don't hear people bring up like electrician and plumbing like trade because a lot of those guys are making like electrician gonna be like a crazy career in 5 more years, you know. So and I'm a hazmat truck driver and I know they make good money. So I just never hear people talk about the trades when it comes to like just the conversation with education and black women dating tradesmen or y'all never hear that. That's
The reason why you don't hear it,
Yeah, I have
because if they took trades into account, it weakens the argument for black women. Not necessarily on this particular panel, but in this chamber where we have these conversations, people don't want to talk about trades because if someone can go make $100,000 with a trade, then
But
it damages.
see my hands. See my hands.
It damages their victim card they play about the wage gap being based on gender, and then it damages them saying their argument as well. We make more money. However, if you take black women with educations to black men with professional trades, they still earn significantly less.
Who gives a fuck?
Damn.
God damn, I'm sorry to this shit, JR. Who is really out here making these arguments? Like, who cares about them gaps? Are y'all really got bitches online talking about the age gaps and playing a victim card about work?
Well, the reason I asked that question.
Fucking
so let me just say this, love. I think that's a valid question because I do know that tradesmen make a lot of money. But what's the true percentage of black men who have finished the trade, who are true electricians or true plumbers?
The reason that I asked that question, for me personally, is because I do see a lot of black men that are tradesmen that make I know guys tradesmen make way more than me as a tradesman, as electricians doing side jobs. But these guys, black women, will not even date these guys at all. And I'm just
those women. Stop
Wait a second.
So let me just say this. I think that's not true because
listen. I'm just saying from my perspective, what I see is like they with the Hispanic women, they with the white women, and they want to be with black women, but it's like they get with them like, oh, it's just I guess it's the image or something. I don't know. I mean, I don't have these problems with women. I'm just saying, I just hear that we don't never bring up trades when it comes comparing to with black women with education. I just got my high school diploma 6 months ago, and I know I make $40-$50 an hour. I just 6 months ago I didn't have a high school diploma, so I'm just being real. That's all I'm saying.
So what you're saying is these men don't have black women checking for them because every plumber I know got black kids. Everyone that's come to my house that I hire got black kids. That UPS man, that fine dude who come and bring my package up to my that man got kids, okay? They got choices. Now, they're not married probably, but if he looks good and he's delivering that package, that man has options. Now, I would say maybe it's the people you're looking at. I don't know what they look like or the entire story, but you're not going to sit here and say blue-collar workers don't have options. They got a lot of options, okay?
Wait, so why did you just ask how many black men actually finished the trade school?
No, he was talking specifically about electricians and plumbers. So
I'm referring to all tradesmen.
Okay, so yeah, he was talking about a certain one, but I'm saying from what I view, I've never seen for me, this is just anecdotal. I don't know all of them, But the black men I see, I don't care what level you're on. These men be having women. It's men who don't got a job who got a woman. You understand? So to sit here and say no black woman is checking for you, meanwhile there's a listener right now who's sleeping on a black woman's couch and she is straight out paying his bills, checking for him. That is a lie, and we're not going to continue that.
I'm not talking about
So-
Pookie that's sleeping on the couch with his girl. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the brother that's got a trade. He's doing well for himself. I'm just saying from my perspective, what I see from just my perspective. And this is not my struggle with women because I only deal with women that like me. Okay? I'm not one of these guys. I got all my own resources. I don't live off no woman. I got all my own everything. I'm just saying from my perspective, when I hear these conversations about black women's education versus black men's education, you never hear anybody bring up trades. And I think if people brought up trades more, I think this would be more of an effective conversation. And
Well, I
it
don't
would be
think
more
I mean,
progressive.
yeah,
That's just what I'm saying.
yeah.
I
See, I would
don't
like
think
to.
that it has
So
anything to do with when we're talking about education. Like, well, we're talking about education specifically, but when we're talking about the dating market,
Mhm.
as Willie pointed out, Black women's dating market is very different than any other race. So where majority of women in general, like when they say when we were talking about hypergamy, for Black women, we engage in hypogamy way more of any other race, just
Thank you.
statistically. It just we typically we are more fluid in who we access, but we typically, again, just for the sake of the conversation and the wording, is we typically do date down, right? And I don't mean that in a
Yeah, but
derogatory.
that's disingenuous though.
No. Statistically and based on just like what we have access to.
I would say
So
that's disingenuous.
Hold on.
just go look
Hold
it
on.
up.
Mistaken. Just to clarify, when you say
Hold on, y'all.
date,
Let her finish, y'all. Let her finish.
just
So
to clarify,
hypergamy is when you're dating financially and socially up, right? That's hypergamy, right?
No.
Hypogamy,
That's not hypergamy.
hypogamy is the opposite of that. And based on the studies that I have come across, and Willie, you've been looking stuff up. Just you can go in and put in based on that hypogamy, which race engages in hypogamy the most, and you will see that Black women typically engage in hypogamy across the board when compared to other races. That's all.
But that's because the
I
culture
got
is
what
becoming
is it.
prostitution and not dating for the right reasons. The culture is being pushed into prostitution. That's what it is. That's
Well, hold
prostitution.
on. But
But over,
The culture,
if
the
that's
culture is not being moved based on marriage and real values. Listen, I date women of all races. Okay, only it's unfortunate that when I gotta go deal with my sister, I gotta hear this nonsense. If the man got good character and he willing to provide for you and he willing to meet you at a reasonable distance in life and he ain't trying to live off you, he's a good man, he looks decent, he take care of himself, that's enough. This nonsense that he gotta have a Lamborghini is bullshit. And all of that makes Black women sound bad. It was like we gotta do. Listen, if I let Maria sit in and listen to and I respectfully, if I let Maria listen to a Black woman talk, she'd be like, sound like prostitution to me, because nobody's gonna say that out loud because they don't want to say the truth out loud. And it's unfortunate because I got a daughter. I don't want my daughter hearing she got to sell herself to the highest bidder to get some man. No, if that man respects you, he treats you right, and he ain't putting his hands on you, and he got get up and go to work, he take care of himself, you gonna fucking be with him. I'm gonna fucking make you. You know I be with no motherfucking man because he got no fucking Lamborghini.
Mistaken is
Crazy.
100% correct when she said that Black women tend to date down more than other women. However,
that's crazy.
That more is like 17% to compared to 15 to 11 to 10, because Black women, like men practice hypogamy, women usually don't, but Black women do more than more other women. Just to be crystal clear. However,
that's all I was saying.
It's negligible. It's 17% of women admit saying they want to. They're okay dating down. Women want to date up. Like hypergamy is typically dating someone of a higher social economic class. That is what almost all of y'all want to do, because all of y'all should want a man who's better than you. Why would you want a man who is worse than you? Like, you want a man who's taller than you, stronger than you, makes more money than you, can lead you. Why would you let a nigga who's beneath you do any of that shit? So there's no argument there. But please do not get it twisted and make it seem as if Black women are dating down in mass, or that Black women are dating down on average,
So we
because
got to
that
get
is
to
a
the
lot.
list. We
Well,
got to
hold
get to
on.
this
It
list.
goes to the same thing what Mr. Love was saying. You're trying to say, oh, don't paint it with a broad brush and saying that majority of Black women don't date down. What I'm saying is based off of what Mr. Love was saying. He was saying most Black women don't want to date or don't date plumbers or blue collar workers or whatever as a whole. What I was saying, my argument to that was that's not true. Just based on statistics is not true. If if we're marrying based on race, majority of Black men and Black women are marry each other. It doesn't. We're not excluding, right?
Yeah. No,
Hold on,
there's
y'all.
no refute.
Hold on.
Like, I
What I'm
can't
saying
refute
is
that.
statistically, it doesn't make sense based on what he's saying, in that Black women don't date blue collar workers. They do. They not only don't date them, they do marry them. If we're looking at the marriage statistics, everybody's not a millionaire, right? So they have to be dating within their class. And if more Black women have more degrees than Black men, who else are they marrying? They're marrying other men that may not have a 4-year degree.
Or they're not getting married at all.
We're talking specifically about those who are getting married.
Okay.
So we're comparing apples to apples. I'm speaking of those that are married.
All right, y'all. Let me go ahead and get Bougie in there. We got to start with this list, y'all, because they've been patiently waiting. Go ahead, Bougie. Let's get tonight.
I wanted to touch back on the point that I can't see your name. Is it Love AM?
Yeah, you call me AM.
AM, okay. That you were making AM. I do think that trade is actually discussed like a lot amongst us as Black people, anyways, because I grew up with a dad that drove trucks, like chemical trucks, and worked in the oil field all my life. And I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure that that's like a trade. And us as Black women have a lot of discussions about, if you want a 6-figure man, go find you a guy that works in the plant, that works in the oil field, and that works in that's a truck driver. Like, that is what people joke about and say is the ghetto power couple, the nurse or the CNA and the truck driver, or something like that. So I think that y'all do get a lot of recognition in the community, because that's what we know to be the guy with the big money in our community. With that being said, I definitely also feel like we are the women that acknowledge men aren't going to make as much as men in other races. So I think that when we're on social media, it is a lot of like, oh, we want a man with a Lambo, we want the 6-figure man, we want a lot of that. But that's the same thing with like a year or two ago, the guys were saying that they were so upset about the list that was going viral of where women don't want to go. But I don't think that just because women were saying that online, they weren't taking their ass to Cheesecake Factory.
That's true.
Like, I think that they were still going there. I think they were definitely still getting in some guy's Honda and going to Cheesecake Factory. A lot of people are saying the things online, like the same, and that doesn't, I'm not being disingenuous or unfair, because
No,
I've
you're
gotten
right.
on
You're
here
right. You're right. You're
and
right. You're right.
yeah, because I've gotten on here and I've said the same way that men on here will say, like on social media, will talk about their standards for women, and then you go into their home and they got a woman that can't cook worth a damn, the house dirty, and they can't clean, and that's okay because he want his dick wet, and that's okay. That's okay. That's really what it all boils down to. Like, we have to stop acting like everybody has these standards, because I feel like it's a very small percent of people that are celibate. Standards aren't as high as people would like us to believe on this internet. Everybody wants their back blown out and everybody want to get their dick wet. So at the end of the day, your standards are whatever they are on the internet, but when you go home, as long as 2 people are sleeping with each other, the standards may not match what they're talking about on the internet. So we got to stop having these internet conversations about like, oh my God, everybody's standards are so high. No, they're not.
Right.
They're not. There are 2 people that are married that probably don't even make 6 figures combined, and they're still married, and they're still in the house together, and they still go to bed together. So
All right, now I cook you then, Mont.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was thinking, because I was gonna say yes, that I think these ladies do go after skills man, because I'm also a skill man. But I think you got to know how to talk, though. You know, you got to get at that. Dress nice. Don't even dress nice. Maybe have your ruggedy, dirty looking truck. So what's up, beautiful? You know, throw some money out there. I'm joking with the money part, but you know how to talk. If you know how to communicate with them, they will pretty much they're looking at you as a bag. They're not really looking at you as who you are, you know. But maybe after 3 months, if you talk to them, or maybe 4 months, they might look at you as who you are as a human being. But at first, when you first talk to them, you know, they look at your truck, they look at you. This nigga got money. Okay, hey, I know what you want. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid.
I go ahead, Cookie.
I think that we talked about proximity, we talked about class and dating. I think that first and foremost, I love it. Don't matter to me. I saw a dude in a onesie the other day, and I catcalled him. He was his truck was even broke down on the side of 290 on the way from Houston to Prairie View. And I was like, who is that? And the fact that y'all was like, oh, he got a bag, his truck was broke. No, I think women need to be more truthful, because we're just as visual as, or maybe it's just me because I was an athlete, but we're just as visual. I looked at him and I saw he had to pull his onesie down and tie it around his waist to go inside that truck. And I was like, Jesus, he's fine. At that point, I didn't care about what was in his bank account. Now, what I'm trying to understand is I've been having these conversations on the internet forever about these horrible ass women for y'all men, and it's starting to just be like, where do y'all be? We talked about proximity. Where is this proximity at?
The
Like, I
internet.
need to know.
They're just looking at the internet. Women who are not around them,
Yeah.
they're just looking at the internet, going by what a chick on the internet says.
I mean,
Okay.
but sometimes it's
Yeah.
in the hood too. It's
I'm
not
a
just
little
on the
Yeah.
internet.
confused about that as well, because the thing is your algorithm is what you want to interact with. And and I'm not being facetious when I ask this. I really want to get an understanding, right? Of like, if we're saying that we see these things on the internet, because everybody wants to make it seem like, oh, well, real life, but we never get on here and necessarily talk about real life, because our real life doesn't consist of these type of people. We're talking about things we see on the internet. When we see these things on the internet, if it makes you upset, go on trad wife TikTok. Go on housewife TikTok, and you will see the women that you're looking for. If you're looking
Mm.
for the women that want to talk about Bible scriptures, go and look up that in your literal search box. But it's almost like we're upset about men that are disrespectful, but we will literally go and look up the trending topic of the disrespectful man. The men are upset about women that are gold diggers, but you go and look up the gold diggers viral video, and then we come on here and discuss what
Right.
makes us upset, instead of going to where our peace of mind is on social media. And honestly, I had to swallow that hard pill a month ago, and I haven't been arguing on TikTok in like the last 2 months.
Yeah.
Why? Because I'm not looking up the shit no more. Like, you're not going to disrupt my peace no more.
Well,
Like, I just stopped.
the thing about algorithms is it doesn't. It's not showing you what you say you want to watch, right? It's showing you what you want to watch. So you say you want to watch something, but you're clicking on things that are opposite of what you say you want. So I don't know many men who say they want to see a bunch of girls in tights and workout shorts and all that. A lot of us don't like it, but we click the shit,
No,
right?
yeah, I don't
Stop
like it, but
clicking. Don't click it and look at it for a second, and then like you can't. Like the algorithm is going to show you what keeps your attention. It's not going to show you what you say you want, right?
But it's also like you have to start being honest with yourselves, because it sounds like a lot
That.
of what is going on that we're talking about is like, I when I first came in, it sounded like y'all were talking about class and status, right? But I feel like people need to be more concerned about what you actually like, because when you die, you're the only person that lived your life. Like, so instead of living it to be like, oh, I don't want people to think that I like a stripper. I don't want people to think that I wiped up a hoe. I don't want people to think I like a broke nigga and I married a broke nigga and my ring is really from Walmart. You like him. You like her. It's okay if your homeboys don't agree. It's okay if your mama and your daddy don't agree. You're grown. Why do you need the validation of other people? I've never sought validation of nobody else. I get on here and say exactly what I feel, and I don't care if it's a million people that see this video after it ends. I'm going to stand on everything that I've ever said. And if I get on here and I say something later, I'm then going to preference it with, I grew from it. I learned something different, but I'm never seeking validation. And I think that that's weird because it's like you went and married the woman in the turtleneck to cheat with the woman at the strip club because you knew the whole time you liked that girl at the strip club. So just be honest and be like, oh, I don't give a fuck if my homeboys think that this is a poor decision or if my mom thinks this is a poor decision. Go marry her because it makes you happy.
Bougie.
Do that for you.
Bougie, what you're doing is you're doing that thing where people are like, oh, other people's opinions don't matter, right?
But it really doesn't.
And I think you're leading people down the wrong path because even though you may say, I do whatever I want, I choose to do whatever I want, that doesn't mean that you're happy, right? And you may say, oh, I am happy, but that even just because you say that you're happy does not mean that you're happy. It means that you're in a place where you're going, and I would never trust a woman. I'm just keep it a buck. Most women who come on here and they say, I'm in a happy relationship, or they just say, I'm happy in life, I'm never going to listen to you because I know better, because I know women, because I've been with women and I study women, right? So I'm never going to listen to y'all when y'all say stuff like that. So you may be giving advice saying, oh, don't care what people think, but women don't tell you when they cry at late at night or when they have second thoughts or that type of stuff. You just put your little mask on when you go outside and you just act like you're super proud and and your life is perfect. Cool, right?
But I'm saying the crying comes. What I feel, me personally, is that the crying comes from you ended up in that situation, in that marriage, in that relationship, whatever. And I'm not even just talking about relationships. I'm talking about that job, that whatever, right? Because of the other people's validation. It's like there are people in this world that I have met that are like, I never wanted to be a doctor, but I didn't want to disappoint my parents. I never wanted to marry that woman or that man, but I didn't want my social circle to look at me weird for passing up on what was all the checked boxes on the list. So I'm not literally saying just go and do whatever. I'm just saying do what makes sense to you. And if that changes, it's okay to make life changes. Mind you, again, I'm not just talking about relationships and marriage. I'm saying in general, if you wake up and you're like, this law firm, this doctor's office, this whatever doesn't make me happy, I would like to, there's nothing wrong with starting over. There's nothing wrong with choosing a different path just because it doesn't make sense to other people. You have to do some things that make sense to you because your mental health, your happiness is important.
I agree with you, right? But I think the thing is, and the dangerous thing about women, right? Because we know that you guys are very emotional, and a lot of men are emotional too. I don't want to say that they're not, right? But a lot of times you go off of how you feel, and you may wake up one like you're going to feel differently on a lot of different days, right? Which is there's a balance here, right? There's an equation that you have to do. So what other people think does matter to a degree. And the advice that other people give you who you respect, you should listen to and take it into consideration. And you should also try to use logic and your emotions to really deduce how you feel and what's really going to be fruitful for you. Not just, oh, you're not happy, you should quit that job, you're not happy, because you're not going to be happy with the next decision that you make because you think you're making the decision that's going to make you happy. But you're probably, it's way deeper than that. But I wanted to make a point to what Mr. Love was saying earlier, because he did mention like Lamborghinis and stuff. Like, I don't know if he was being hyperbolic, but I'm curious, like, what women are you seeing that's like, yo, I want a man with a Lamborghini, I need a man with a Lambo type. You muted. You mute. But yeah, I don't think that
Hold on, you gotta unmute.
Yeah, unmute.
Yeah. You gotta unmute. AM. You're on mute. Go to the option and press.
Love, unmute your mic.
You can't hear you. You gotta unmute.
Oh, y'all was just using that like as an example. It wasn't specific.
Okay.
Yeah, just an example. Just example.
Because I think what goes into the equation also, like, I don't want you to just look at your homeboys like, yo, black women don't want them, so it's because they job. It's very possible your homeboys just don't get no bitches. They might be ugly. They might not know how to dress. They might stink. They might just go to work and come home and not do their beard. It's so many different reasons that your homeboys like might not be getting women. But I do want to make it known that there are like I think a lot of guys are looking for a certain type of woman. Like when we was in high school, like if we wasn't a popular guy, you still knew who the most attractive girls were in school. And those were the girls that you was looking at, and those who you wanted, and that's who you kind of had your eyes set on. But you wasn't never going to say nothing to them because you knew where you fell in that. You knew where you fell on the totem pole, right? So I think we kind of do that as adults, where we're looking at a certain type of woman that we might be attracted to, and we kind of basing our opinions off of those type of women. Because I don't think the women on the panel, like I don't think Bougie, I don't think Miss Tegan, I don't think Shan, I don't think Country Cookie are the type of women who are like, yo, I need you to have money. You got to have this, that, and the third. Like, you got to do this. And, like, they might want a man that's doing good for himself. But I don't think that it's like, there are a lot of women, like the stupid ones. When we watching these podcasts, these be the stupid chicks. They really do be dumb. And they be the ones with the BBLs. And they be the ones, like, it be the crazy chicks who be saying that. But it really is, like, a lot of normal chicks out here who is dating niggas who got less money than them. Or just dating regular guys. They're not really looking for that. So I see your point though, but I do think it might be overstated.
I wanted to say
for that,
I got an example. I got an example for Bougie, and this came into my mind when she was saying that. It kind of reminds me of Ice-T. You know how he married Coco? Coco is like this untraditional. Y'all know who Coco is? Ice-T and Coco.
Ice-T was a pimp.
Like,
so he married
didn't care what y'all thought. He was like, I love Coco. Coco fill her butt. She be
Wasn't that his bottom bitch though?
What he really wanted.
He was a pimp. Of course, he didn't care what we thought when he married a hoe.
He was a pimp.
What the fuck?
I thought he was like a
yes,
rapper.
Absolutely, 100%, 100% pimp.
He looks happy.
Of course, he married his bottom bitch. You know what it takes to be a bottom bitch for a pimp? That means if you can you can turn a bottom bitch into a housewife. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife and he did that. Like, but you can't say he happy with his little girl forehead because that look, bro.
Oh, he's in love with you. He's like inseparable. Like he be talking about like I miss don't pursue.
They look just alike. I get it.
Oh, leave that little girl alone.
No. You brought up Ice-T talking about as a good example when that nigga was.
I was just saying he looks happy. Bougie was saying marry somebody you're happy with. You don't care about what other people say. Marry somebody, and that to me was an example of somebody who married somebody. He didn't care what y'all had to say.
He absolutely cared what we had to say because when he was responding to all the hate and vitriol he got for marrying a hoe,
he got real violent about that.
Yeah, he got out of body behind the comments behind him marrying her. Like he was doing a press run talking about, listen, what we did in the past don't really. He said all of that same shit that hoe lovers say. I don't care if she fucked every man before me, as long as she don't fuck nobody after me. And besides, he went through the whole shtick of, damn, I'm about to wife a hoe out loud, so I gotta say these things to not seem like I'm a sucker.
But he did it, and he's happy.
Cool, but who respects him for that? Like,
right, but that's what Bougie was saying. You shouldn't live your life for other people. You should live your life for you.
When Bougie said that, this was.
I was just giving an example of what
this
Bougie
was going to be
said.
my
I'm not saying I
that.
agree with it.
The people who say that other people's opinion don't matter are not in high classes. They're not probably even in the middle classes because other people's opinion matters for you. Because your network is your net worth. If your network thinks you the type of nigga who's gonna go over here and wife bitches, I'm not bringing you to the club with me because you're gonna go over here and fall in love with these hoes. I'm not gonna try to do business with you because I know that you will put pussy above money. What people think of you matters. And the only time when people say, well, do what matters, fuck everybody else, it's because they've already accepted that everybody don't give a fuck about them anyway.
I agree with you.
I agree with that.
Really?
Don't get it twisted. I was just giving an example of what she was saying. Not to say I agree with it, but you're both can be corrected.
Can I say something before we move on? I agree with Willie. All I'm gonna say is they agree with who is equal or above. That's who they care about. If you're below them, they don't give a fuck what you think about them.
Yeah, I agree with that because I honestly don't. Like, I'd be looking at you. I'd be looking at it as less of a human. I said, "What the hell are you telling me? Yo, shut up." I'd rather listen to a millionaire or somebody that's around.
That's where it gets sticky though. Well, who's beneath you though?
Like we don't compare in mindset or in thinking. Like I beg, I don't want to hear anything you got to say. You got to kick that shit left and keep walking.
Yeah.
All right. Continue super chats right quick, and then we get into this next one. Official Mama G. Also, remember 199 super sticker. EKA. $5. Most black women have kids by men below their standards, but their standards when it comes to marriage, the women have to choose better. EKA again, $2. Bougie. You're destroying the black community. Rune Tiger, 199. Most people have stunted growth plus are irresponsible. Kevin Cook, 6670, $2. Not wifey material. Beat it. And lastly, EKA again, $2. Shayna. Shauna, you are living a different planet. Oh, he's talking about you, Shan. Okay.
Possibly.
Thank everybody has contributed to the platform. Let's go ahead and get to this next one. Y'all ready? Y'all good? On the well-being check. Good, Viz? You over there been deep thought of. All right, here we go.
So I need her to understand that this man loves her, but he does not like her, and she needs to move on to a different man who will. Because mind you, they just celebrated their 4-year anniversary, and they're not married. They're not even engaged. Okay. And this man is a multi-business owner. He's a decision maker. He doesn't linger on making decisions. So that doesn't stop at 5 p.m. Like, he does the same thing in his personal life. So if he hasn't made that decision in 4 years, babe. Anyway, for his birthday, because his birthday is in March, he went to some big baseball thing over in Vegas and stayed at the Ritz-Carlton and went to some big ass Michelin star restaurant, all this in the third. And then whenever he is with his friends or they go out of town and do, he does it big. But when her birthday rolls around, their anniversary rolls around, and all you got was some flowers and dinner up the street? Girl, I would decapitate. It upsets me so much, and I try to get her to understand, listen, at this point, you're just a comfort to him. You are comfortable, you're convenient, you're controllable, it's accessible. We're not talking about somebody that makes $60,000, $70,000, $80,000, y'all. We talking about somebody who can 10x that damn near. So the money's there, okay? And he's generous to her and he treats her well, but he doesn't treat her as well as he should based on his station, okay? And I want her to be with someone who is literally obsessed with her and wants to give her the world. So when her birthday rolls around, he's sending her to some super 5-star luxury resort. It's your birthday. It's your day. I want to celebrate you, not take you to dinner and give you a dozen roses. Bitch, if you give me some flowers, it better fill the room. If you are with these types of men for years and years and years and there's no movement happening, or he's not going as big for you as he does for himself on a consistent basis, one of 3 things are happening. He has not met the woman that he wants to be with yet, or he has met her and she's not available and he's just trying to hold on because she's not married. So as long as he's not married and she's not married, there's still a chance. Or he knows exactly who he wants to be with, and he just knows in his heart that he's not ready either mentally, spiritually, physically, financially, emotionally to step to her just yet, because when he does, he knows that he's gonna go full throttle. So while he's with you, he's preparing himself for her. This woman called me everything but a child of God, and I understand where she's coming from. I understand why she's offended. I understand my battery's low. I understand why she's upset, and I understand why she doesn't want me to speak to her again. But she needs to understand why I'm trying to advocate for her. What's the lady who was like on that video? Stand up.
Go ahead, Cook.
Wait, can I
Okay,
just
so
ask
she
a
probably
question
actually
for
might get
clarification?
married
Wait,
now.
who is she?
God,
Can somebody just tell me who she is? I don't know who
a
that
random
is.
girl, just a
Random.
random influencer.
Oh, okay.
So she actually might get married now because she's no longer in that woman's life. She's no longer a friend in her ear. First of all, there's nothing wrong with the dinner and the flowers. That's sweet, especially coming from a busy man, as busy as he says. If a rich man has friends, quote unquote, there's not a, and he's busy and he makes decisions, like she was whining about. So I'm assuming that's one of the women y'all talking about. Then if he's out in Vegas, he's out doing this with his homeboys. He either networking, making deals, or he gay. Okay. So and you are in a lavender marriage, which is okay if that's what you're into. Okay, so my whole thing about it with having friends like her is now that she's actually out of the picture, 4 years might turn into 3 months, and she'll be like, oh, okay, that bitch is. But I think that the fact that she been with the dude 4 years and they not married is her fault. She should have been gone, but she just like apparently he's doing enough because she should have been gone. Because if not, she'd have been gone. So why were you with him 4 years if what he's doing is not enough? So you got this crazy ass friend that's telling you he need to do more, and then you're sitting hanging around, and no real man that would likes a challenge likes that. I've been like, fuck that dude. 4 years? What are you talking about? I don't care how much money you got, but everybody not built like me. I digress.
A single woman telling a woman in a relationship what to do has always and forever will be the dumbest shit I've ever heard. She has standards for something that's not being done to her. She says that a man should be doing A, B, C, and D. She doesn't have a man of her own. She's probably fucking one, but she doesn't have anybody who's doing that shit. And then, like, when you start making stupid equivalencies, right? Like, for example, he's been multiple businesses and he makes decisions quickly. A business decision, a marriage is a business decision. It's the most significant one a man in his position can make. So of course it's going to take him longer because men like that are severely risk averse. If she has friends like the chick that was just talking, that's a high risk friend. If she has people in her ear who are telling her shit like that, then she's a high risk woman. So he needs to see for however long he feels that she's not going to be influenced by this bullshit. Then more importantly, he probably should understand the fact that if my girlfriend is dumb enough to take advice from single women her age and take advice from them and then try to install their standards for what their imaginary nigga would do for them to what I should be doing for her in reality, all of them hoes got to go. Like, single women keep women single, and then like y'all listen to them because they're pretty. You know what I'm saying? Because they'll say the shit in the way you want. It makes you feel good about the niggas you waited 3, 4, 5, 10 years to marry. So it speaks to that woman that you are. But like, god damn, if y'all don't understand, like, women like her are the reason why y'all aren't getting married. Because no man on this panel would marry a chick if that was her best friend.
Yep.
Y'all better start asking men about men, or y'all gonna be single forever.
Thank you. That's what I always say. Anytime, if a lady have any question about anything, man or woman, mostly men, go to the men and talk to them directly. Never talk to a woman about a man, ever, because what's gonna happen is you're gonna stay single. You know, even people that's close to me in my circle right now, I tell them only come to me or other men, because men you will get an honest answer because they're not gonna try to soften or try to make it sound pretty. Come to me or other men if you truly want to understand situation, any situation, even if you're in a bad situation. Go to a man, explain it to them, and they will give you the honest truth about what the situation is. Or come to me.
I would say that it. Oh, who's about to
Okay, I
say?
be the devil's advocate.
I wanted to be too.
No,
But
leave that to the women. Leave that to the women, big dog. Don't do that. Leave that to the women.
I think it's a gamble both ways. Like, you know, I think that, yeah, you're in a relationship for 4 years, but let's be real. He can drop you and get something. Like, we don't know. It's just,
y'all could be married for 4 years and he still drop you at the drop of a dime.
So, but what I'm saying is, we know that. So you're saying, okay, a single woman would keep another woman single. She is single. She's not married. He's not married her, right? We look at her.
That's not single.
That's not single at all.
Y'all call me single all the time, and I got somebody. What are you talking about?
Legally.
None of us have called you single, but just because
okay. I just want
when men call you single is because you have single women talking points, and they make them think you're single.
Oh no. Okay, so now that you've clarified that, my thing is, it is a gamble because we do know that there are people who will be in a relationship with you, but they don't marry you, and then they will go off and marry somebody else. That's reality of the situation. But I do agree that she did the right thing. I'm sorry, sister, you gotta go. You're the friend. You can either support me, or you gotta, you support what I'm doing with my man, or you gotta leave, So I think that I think Cookie said that she ended up kind of parting ways a little bit with her friend. Hopefully it wasn't in a bad way. It was, in a nice way. But I think that she did the right thing. Now, only time will tell if that decision was a good decision or not. Like, I don't know if this is a live-in situation. If she's living with him, what is the difference? I don't understand. If he's taking care of her and doing all the things men do, I don't see what the problem is. I don't think the marriage should be. But if it's like one of those things where some people be like, oh, I'm in a relationship with a guy, but we know you ain't in a relationship with a girl. Like, y'all in a relationship, but he see you maybe once a week, or maybe y'all know what I'm talking about. That's
I
a
have
little
a
different.
question for clarification with the woman that was speaking. Is she single or is she married? Because if she's married, giving her the advice, does that change what she says?
No,
What she
not to me.
No.
Okay, because y'all are saying single women will keep, single women single. So what I was asking is is she married? Because if she's married and giving her the advice, should she take it?
If
And
she
No.
married and her
She
husband
still
see
shouldn't
that
take
video,
it.
she gonna be divorced real soon.
1
Yeah.
billion %.
Yeah,
Can I say something?
Okay, somebody just said that she's married in
No, we
the
don't know.
chats.
Or do we? Oh, we. Oh, okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, if she is married, then yeah, like what Cookie said, she's definitely gonna be single. There's no hesitation about it.
She
But
not
she
going.
may
She
be
probably not
seeing
gonna be single.
signs that we don't see, though. You guys, we don't know what kind of. It's women who think they're in a relationship with somebody they're not in a relationship with. We don't know what the situation
This
is.
anecdotal. We're
Yeah,
talking
but see,
about
don't.
what we know. We can't prove any of that, so let's not
Can I
just
say something
act
real
off
quick?
assumptions.
Yeah, but also hold on 1 second, AM. I think people should just mind their business. Like stay in your lane, mind your business. That's why it's called mind your business. So if you just want advice, don't talk to your homegirl unless she truly gonna be honest with you. Don't talk to her. If you have a father, if you have a guy friend who's just honest, go talk to them. But most of the time, if they have stuff to say about your situation, let them mind their business. We would deal with our situation. Mind your business.
Well, I think a part
Okay.
of that goes back to what information it is that she's telling her, on top of what is she being exposed to as far as with the friend. So, the man's perspective of what their relationship is could be completely different from what the woman's is. And that whole perspective can be completely different from what the friend is experiencing. So there's definitely not enough information to really make a call off of it, aside from she needs to mind her business. You know what I'm saying? Because who knows what even the friend is going through in whatever type of relationship she got. You know what I'm saying? And their expectations. Maybe the friend doesn't need to go on this luxury escapade for a week out of the country. Maybe she's okay and she's an introvert and man, I just want to go to dinner with my friends and family and with you. Or maybe I just want to go with you. It could really just be that simple. But of course, with motherfuckers having this facade of what the internet created relationships, marriages to look like and to be, that's now when we find women doing or people doing shit like this on the internet.
I bet you that woman would take that treatment that nigga's giving her, the businessman. I bet you if she could trade places, she would.
Exactly. She definitely would.
Yeah, I'm
Talking a
I'm
lot
not
of crap.
going. I'm not going to go as far as to say that, but because I'm not one of them people personally who be like, even though I do believe that I don't know, maybe I believe that just a lot of women get bad advice. I'm sorry if I'm sounding real sexist today, whatever. But
You're not saying it because they're women. You're just
I think a lot of them get
a lot of
bad
them do.
advice. But I think that at least the men that I know are better problem solvers and more thorough with their problem solving process. Like, so let's say that the woman like it's just the way that you go about solving the issue. So for me, I would start off by asking her, like, hey, how do you communicate to him? Are you communicating to him that you would like more than what he's doing? Right? Because a lot of women just be like, oh, he's not doing this, drop him. And that's stupid, right? But I do
I
find that
used
a
to
lot
be
of
like that.
yeah, I do find that a lot of women don't like to communicate like they think they do. Listen, my girl will be having a situation where she like, yo, I'm trying to figure out how to like, say this or how to do this, or she just end up like taking the long way. When I be like, why you ain't just tell a person? Like, why you don't just tell her you don't want to go? Why you don't just say you don't want to go? And it's like, for whatever reason, they don't want to talk about things that are hard to talk about, or that feels to them like it might cause a rift or something like that. Just say it. Just be honest. You don't make up an excuse. Say it. So I think communication would have been the first place that I went to with her. Like, what do you want? Do you want these things from him? Okay, now it's my job to help you figure out how to communicate to him that you want these things. And after a certain period of time, if he's not doing those things, now it's time for you to think about how long, what do you want more? Are you willing to go out there and risk, being on the dating market, and not being married? Like, or do you still want to push through and try to get what you're looking for out of him? But I think it should be a process versus just like this rip the Band-Aid off type of thing where I keep saying women, where a lot of women just are kind of like living where it's like, I'm out. And then they end up, like the guys be saying, dying alone and shit like that. So
can I say something?
Yeah.
I want to say this. So yeah, just in regards to the girl, everybody's right. The girl should mind her business, and we don't know what else the girl is telling her. But I would just like to be a devil advocate and say, as a man, when I see a woman, I would like that woman to play in my life when I see her.
I'll say that one more time.
I said, as a man, personally, me, when I see a woman, I know exactly what position I would like her to play in my life. So that's just me personally. And I have a daughter, and I will thoroughly explain to her, when you meet a man, he knows if he wants to make you his wife. He knows if he wants to have fun with you. Now, it's up to you to allow him access to you to do, because it's your fault. Because as a woman, it's your fault if you waste your time. A man can have children at any point in his life. You have a very short window, okay? And this is me to my daughter. This ain't everybody else. He knows if he just want to sleep with you. He knows if he wants you to be his wife from the moment he lays his eyes on you. Now, if you say you can get in my panties and you can give him all of the milk from the cow, that's you. That's your decision. But you can't give him the milk from the cow and then expect him to want to buy the cow.
AM, I want to process this with you real quick, right? So you said that a man knows instantly, pretty much. I'm assuming you're talking about what category he gonna put you in, either the wife category or the sex category, right? So I agree with you there. I think that we instantly we know what we want to do. But let's say we have you in the wife category, right? I think that men know if they could marry you based on those things there, but a smart man is not saying that I should marry you yet, right? Do you agree on that?
Right, but this is something I'm saying to my daughter. This ain't like
I'm just trying to understand your point of view. So I'm gonna walk you through it and see where if we agree on things. Like, all right, so I don't know if I should marry you, but I know, ideally I would, in an idealistic way, I know I want to marry you, right? And then you move forward and you learn more about that woman and you see her and you study her in different moments and you might, well, I'm not sure yet if I want to marry you. I'm not sure yet if I'm going to marry you.
You know what? I think if you ask me a question, I think it'd be better if I put it in this perspective to you. Okay. I'm a person that live my life. I don't see people's physical being. I see their spirit. Okay. So when you ask me the question, understand when I'm looking at women, I don't attract women that's just like we having sex. Like we need to have an intellectual connection and a spiritual connection. So when I see a woman, or even when I see all y'all on this panel, I'm not seeing y'all as people. I'm seeing y'all as y'all spirit. You see? Mm-hmm. So when you directing the question, that's how I'm viewing life from my perspective. I'm just so you can, so you know what I mean? I don't see no big butt in the smile.
Real quick, Viz. The only reason I'm saying is because, like, even from my perspective, right? I've been with different women in my life and they've all done different things, right? I didn't know that I wanted to marry my woman until a year and a half ago. I knew that I wanted to early on, but I'm like, I didn't know if I should till a year and a half ago, right? Because she had to grow. And it's possible I probably had to grow for her. But there was things that she had to work on and for us to get to that point. And it took 4 years. It is what it is, right? Like now, like she cooking every day. She meal prepping for me. Oh, it's wonderful. I love it, right? But that's something that I was looking for out of a woman. And she was a basketball player. She never that wasn't how she used to rock. But she learned that, and that's something that so now it's like, okay, you are the wife that I was been looking for, right? But you don't know these things, and sometimes you give people opportunity to grow. They might not be perfect when you meet them, the perfect person that you're looking for when you meet them. And a lot of women meet guys who are like, yo, I'm gonna give him some opportunity to see if he can grow into something else. So that's all I'm saying.
To say
I think that is it's a fair assessment though to of course you're gonna know I would say early on a lot of the men that I work with that get married typically within the 6 months to a year they know if this woman is in that wifey category. Now through that process, yeah, from a spiritual perspective, yeah, we can click. The conversation is good. We bond. It's a bond there. The whole shebang. But how do we react and engage with each other in the moments of conflict? Can you take accountability if it comes up? And I don't have to push or feel uncomfortable, trying to get you to comprehend what it is that I'm feeling. Right there's a lot more that's deeper than the spiritual level for sure, but there's a lot more to it before you say that I'm gonna marry this person. And giving it time to marinate. Can we experience a lot more? Can we experience things together and it click? Can we go out of the country together? Can we go on vacation and everything be cool? Right? There's so many
4
different
years worth of deliberating, right?
Yeah. I mean, it depends on the person.
Okay.
It depends
I'll
on.
accept
Are they having sex during this time also, or is this just getting to know each other?
Well, yeah, of course. I wanted to say this, because me, I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
I'm
we got
not
to get
marrying
Bo
a
in there
woman who
too.
has.
After you.
I got my hand raised too, G.
Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say I'm not marrying a woman who, who I just this ain't Africa. We're in America. I call this prepackaged woman. What you're talking about is a woman that already came with qualities that's out of the box. Many of these ladies out in America don't come with qualities out of the box. You got to actually build them up. So if you marry one of them, immediately you see them, you in hell of a trouble. In Africa, sure, I don't mind doing that. I don't mind getting like maybe 6 goats, paying, and then getting a prepackaged woman. But here, I tried that. I got nothing but hell. Because I realized the mental, the stability of the mind with her, she was pretty though. The stability was not there, So I didn't do what I normally do. First, I have to have sex with them, because after the sex, then I need to know who you are. I'm there, sir. I got that's mandatory. After
Wait,
that,
so
okay, there's no funny games.
you
There's no
have
playing around. I'm
you have
done
sex
now.
with them. You have sex with them first before knowing who they are.
Before knowing who they are, because prior to
That's
the
wild.
sex, to me, it's just my way of doing it. Prior to the sex, they could act the best, they could be the most, the most classy. But after, okay, now let me observe you in your natural state to see how you act in certain scenarios. If we're arguing, if we're not arguing, if we're going out, if I
So
ask you certain thing, if I
so
see chaos
you
in that,
Y'all STD
I
rate
stay out.
high.
so
Now
what it sounds like is that you'll crack anything.
Where's Bo at?
No,
Bo in there.
not anything. I have a certain type. I like them slim. Not
He
anything.
said his bitch is bad. He got 4 of them.
Who? Well, not yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's not anything. It's I have a certain quality. I can't do big girls. It's not my criteria.
You African? What you mean you can't do big girls?
I know, right? But this African don't do it.
Okay.
Hey, go ahead, Bo.
That laugh is crazy.
Every day I pray for you to grow up, Naya. But now here is the thing about dating. It's everyone's individual journey. I don't like when my friends tell me if he wanted to, he would. He should be doing this in this amount of time. And I'm like, that was your experience. And by the way, this is mostly coming from married women. They like to tell you what men are supposed to do and when. So actually, married women keep women single because they're giving you the blueprint of how they got to marriage. But that may not necessarily be your journey. As I listen to that woman speak, I'm like, you can't tell someone what they want. Because what if that lady wanted flowers and a dinner? What if she doesn't want to travel? Some people are scared of planes. You just never know. I don't have friends who don't ask me, friend, what do you want? What does that look like to you? Is he giving you that? Like, instead of just dishing out bad advice to women because of your own either traumas or your own journey or whatever. I think that everybody keeps single people single because we like to oversimplify things. We like to tell people what they should and should not do with their own bodies. We like to tell people what dating and marriage should and should not look like for them. And I think that all of us could stand to mind our business. I'm cool with opinions, but don't give people advice. I think that is a bad thing because everybody's journey is not your journey.
I wonder if though,
we had a whole line, and y'all just trying to skip me and my.
You skipped the line.
Oh, where's the line?
You gotta check the back
Where
chat,
is
big dog.
it? I don't see it.
So, two things. I respectfully, I feel that it is some of the worst advice you can tell a woman, a young girl, a daughter, is that a man should know if she is a wife from the moment that she lays eyes on him. A man should know what he wants in a relationship before he lays eyes on your daughter. He should know, am I trying to have fun? Am I trying to get married? Because then that will dictate how he acts and how he moves with your daughter. Nobody looks at anybody realistically and says, you know what? Oh man, Shan is so pretty. Miss Taken is so pretty. She's so this, because that's what attracts you is a look more often than not. She's so pretty. I know that's going to be my wife. That's that fairy tale shit that you're saying, again, helps keep women single. The second thing, saying that it should take a certain amount of time to be engaged or whatever, that only applies to women that have waited way too long in the process of dating to start trying to get married. Because a 23, 24-year-old woman can be with a man for 4 years while they build together. They can be with a man until he's 30 while they build together. But a 35-year-old, 40-year-old woman, she's against the clock. So, of course, she's going to say that, well, 4 years is too long, or it should take this amount of time. And I said two things. The third thing, stop taking advice from people who aren't doing what they're advising you on and are successful at a high level. The woman that giving her advice about what to expect in a relationship doesn't have one. The women who tell women, like, hey, you should go out here and have fun, and you're saying, do this, do that, are just out here fucking niggas and not getting in relationships. Like, if you want to be successful at anything, find someone who was successful at it and then do what they did. Whatever that woman did to get a man will probably work for her. But I'm pretty sure it's going to involve shutting the fuck up and stop and minding her business. Because what she is telling that lady is not attractive to any man. Well, excuse me. It's not attractive to the types of men those women want. It's attractive to niggas who are just moved by her beauty or how she looks. But for the guys where that doesn't impress us, we don't care. We care about what you're saying. And if I know that the counsel you're going to go seek is this woman, your best friend, this is who's going to be advising you, who's going to have her, who you're going to talk to about our relationship, I'm not fucking with you either. Because that means that I might as well be dating her and she's giving you terrible fucking advice.
Yeah, I think I don't know if this is true or not, but it's just my perception. I think men take marriage much more seriously than women. Like the idea of like, oh, like 6 months and he should be marrying you is like a girl thing for the most part. And there's some guys who agree with that, but it's mainly like a woman thing. Like just 6 months, you should know already, or I'm out. Like that's just a crazy thing. I think men think so much about marriage and things like that. And for me personally, I don't want to get divorced. I don't like when I think about marriage, I don't think, oh, you can just leave. That don't come into my head when I think marriage, but I think a lot of women understand like, oh, I can just leave. Like, just leave, get married, remarried, and all that type of stuff. But we don't look at it that way. I know for me, like I do a lot of stuff for my woman and I record it, so it's on my social media. I would never tell no woman if he not doing what I do, girl, fuck that nigga. Hell no. Right? Like I do a lot of things. You don't need your man to do that. And he don't gotta do it how I do it. But what you express to him about the things that you want, all right, he should try to, he should try. It's all about effort. It ain't about, all the extra stuff. Oh, he got money. He should be taking you here and he should be taking you there. Like that don't make sense to me. And you should also, like, I think it's good for women to listen to women who are with the type of man that you want, right? Don't just listen to women who married, right? Because she could be married to a man that you would never marry, right? So that matters just as much, if not more, than her just being married. Listen to a woman who's with the type of man that you want, or listen to the type of man that you want. Ask him for advice. You know, if you see him and he with another woman, be like, yo, what do men like you look for in a woman? Like, I think that's much more fruitful. So make sure, like, take men, like, if my girl would have rushed me to get married, we wouldn't have got married in the Maldives. We wouldn't have. Like, I mean, I wouldn't have proposed in the Maldives. I'd have proposed to you at a little church or some shit. Like, if that's what you want. Like, don't try to rush the man. Like, that was my plan, is to do something grand. That's what I wanted to do. That's just how I move. Like, I want to wait till I got the money and I'm gonna make it happen. But if you want to rush a man, you're gonna block your blessings. You might block your blessings. So, yeah.
I'm surprised that none of the ladies said.
I know you saw that list. I mean, Willie.
And look, I'm supposed to be keeping up with the list too. That's my fault. Go ahead.
I didn't really have too much to say. Once I listened to her, I'm wondering, because you know how, like, Mistaken and I are real friends in real life. Like, I go to her with my problems. I'm wondering if this woman is sharing these problems with her friend, and her friend is feeling sorry. It's almost like, okay, how would she even know you had a birthday down the street unless you called mad about it, right? But if I call my friend like, girl, my boyfriend took me down the street and we, and I had a blast, that girlfriend wouldn't really think that's a red flag, because it's like you enjoyed your birthday, right? Or the entire thing with marriage, if I'm calling my girlfriend all the time, like, I'm gonna get married, I want it, and I'm venting to my girlfriend, obviously my girlfriend's going to take that in and she's going to feel some type of way, right? Because I know that's what you really, really want. So I'm wondering how much of this is coming from the friend that she's venting to this young lady. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that means that the friend is culpable in it. And that's, again, even more of a problem. Like, if you take my relationship and you go run and talk to your stupid ass friend about it, I have a problem with you now.
And I guarantee that she was sharing that information with somebody else if she bold enough to put it on the internet.
I think she's bold because she's probably mad because their friendship is damaged. Like, how dare you leave me for this dude who, But you're right, because that's just trifling in itself as well.
What woman wouldn't leave her best friend if it got in the way of her relationship with her the man she wants to marry?
I'd be like, mind your business.
Y'all quiet now.
No, what I was going to say, it all depends on, again, somebody in the chat said that the girl who was giving the advice was married. So so she's not speaking, if she's indeed married, she's not speaking from a single mind, like single perspective in giving her friend advice. And the reason I kind of like how Shan shared that her and I are friends in real life there, and we do talk, but I also am the type of friend that is realistic too about if Shan is wrong, I'll be like, no, Shan, you're wrong. But if I think there's a red flag or something that she needs to consider, I'm going to say, Shan, you need to think about it from this perspective. But what I can't do is tell her what she should do with her relationship. So when people are saying, oh, if you share business or you talk to such and such, that's a red flag. I think it all depends on who you're talking to, right? I don't think you can share your stuff with just anybody. And so I think I would have an issue with that. But if it's a solid person and you know that they're solid and you trust that that person will give solid advice, sometimes you do need to step outside of who you're dealing with in order to deal with them correctly. I may not have certain tools that somebody else may have in dealing with my mate. And my mate may not necessarily know how to express what it is they need from me, right? So sometimes going outside of that, like it can be a parent, it can be like somebody that is trusted, right? And that helps. There are times where I've had to talk to my sister about something, and I know how she approaches things. and I needed to approach a situation in a certain way. So I can get advice from that person and then apply it, and it'd make my situation better. But if I had no outlet to be able to even have that conversation, I probably could have handled it differently and had a different result. That
It's
wasn't
Naomi time. It's
I have a
Naomi's
question.
time.
It's
Naomi.
Naomi had next, big dog.
Oh, okay,
Go
my
ahead,
bad, my
Naomi.
bad.
Jump in there and get to it.
Thank you. I was like, oh man, I know I put it in there, but then I didn't look back again. All right. So my thoughts on this particular video, and from my perspective, I don't know if that woman is married. I don't know if she's not married. I don't think that it matters, because stupid is stupid to me. As a woman, you should not be telling your friend, well, he's not doing this for you, and he does this for himself, or he does this. Majority of the time I've seen, like, when men even use their birthdays and events like that to be able to, what's the word? Like, not mingle, but it's a word, like when you have like business associates there and you guys are like interacting.
Network.
Networking. There you go. Yes. So men tend to use events even for themselves as a form and a way to network. And I've seen that a lot, especially a man who has multiple businesses. He's going to host an event, whether it's bigger, like for his birthday, things like that, to network and be able to have other people around as well. So I think comparing what he's doing for her to what he's doing for himself is crazy to me. Not to mention that it's almost as if she's telling her to not be content because he took time. If this man is a multi-business owner like that, he's a busy man. I think a lot of women, they have this idea that like a multi-business owner just has all this free time to just do whatever. Like, they want a corporate man, but they don't understand what it takes to hold up a corporate man. Meaning he's not going to have that much time. He's going to be busy. It's going to go into network even at night, dinners and things like that. She's causing such a level of distrust into this woman. And to me, it's crazy because she has no understanding of that man in his life and what it actually takes to hold up an actual businessman. And that's poor advice. And I guess I'll land there, because then I could say other things, but I'll just land there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that it's so, like, even to the point of if she's married is being relevant. There's plenty of women that's married and with single mentalities, so they can very much still give horrible advice. At the same time, I'm curious for the fellas. Have y'all ever given advice to one of the homies, one of your guys, and said, oh man, she didn't chew you up on your birthday, so you should leave her? I don't even think like that's a conversation that men have, to where we're telling, man, she ain't braid your hair, man, you might as well leave that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like that just sound crazy all on its own. And I think goes back to the point of women keeping women single.
Go ahead, Stan.
So I look at the video again, the girl. So I'm looking like she's looking like maybe late 20s, early 30s, right? And so I don't know that obviously she probably doesn't have any children. So I'm wondering from the male perspective, what would you advise your daughters to, if this young lady was your daughter? What would you advise her to do? Just curious. Because I want a man's perspective on,
If it was me, I'd probably just look at things overall. I mean, I'm not in their marriage or relationship, so I don't even know what the circumstances might have been. And then I always know that there's more to the story. So even though I hear information, I try to gather as much data as I can and then try to make a decision. But that's what they got going on. I'm probably only hearing one side of it. I would probably just wait. I would just hear it and just kind of monitor it. But I just need more data. It's impossible to say what was going on at that exact time. But I would definitely, if they've been together for those many years, and if she was expressing to me about marriage, I'd probably give her some advice on that. I just need more data in order to make a decision. But if everything's going good and I haven't been hearing anything bad, she hasn't been coming to me saying she wanted to get married and it was just a birthday gift, and I just kind of stay out of it and just take out more information.
It was for all the guys.
So what was the question? What would we tell our daughter? What would we tell our son?
If that were your daughter,
If that was my daughter and she said that, what
if
is
the young lady who's in the 4-year relationship, because it looks like they're in their third, like early 30s.
Oh, if my daughter's in a 4-year relationship, as long as he's not putting his hands on her, he's protecting and providing for her to the capacity I deem is warranted. Because I could do it for myself. I could do it myself if that was the case. And if she's happy, I don't have a timeline for it. Because again, 4 years, like as a man, I know how long it can take to vet a woman, especially when you like her. Because vetting her to be with the is one thing, vetting her to commit to is another, vetting her to marry is a completely separate thing. They all have different criteria. So I wouldn't tell my daughter anything. If she came to me complaining about something, or any of those issues that the hater friend said, I would ask her first, did you talk to him about it? Have you told him that, hey, you go out for your birthday, you go harder for your birthday with your boys than you do for me for my birthday? Why? He may say, because when me and my boys do it, I'm not paying for everything. So there's a larger pool of money. It's a tax write-off. We turn into a business thing. With yours, I focus solely on you. There could be a multitude of reasons that will be acceptable to my daughter as for why he behaved that way. But the number one thing is, have you talked to him and let him know how you feel? If you haven't talked to him and you come to me first, get the fuck out of my face and go talk to him.
I think for me, I would definitely say I would ask questions about their communication. I would ask her, what are you looking for? What are you not getting? And then I would try to help her communicate that better. Because a lot of times communication is the biggest issue in all relationships. I would argue that it's all communication. So it's very simple to find out, get you to communicate it. And then after a while, if you communicate and you keep communicating it, it's not happening, then then we start going to some other steps. But just don't be so quick to just be like, oh, let me throw him away, because what's on the other side? Like you're not thinking about the other side. You're not thinking about, oh, you think you're just gonna bounce back and find another man that's gonna be with you for 4 years, right? I'm be honest, like I don't think most women have that type of vagina management skill. I really don't. I think that most women is going to get that pussy up too fast. They just is, they gonna go out there, they gonna get that pussy up, and then that next man gonna be like, all right, like, you cool, we can play, like we can play house a little bit, but I ain't. It's like I don't think they know how to date properly enough to really go out and secure a man with their next shot anyway. So
Can I? So what I would tell. So first, I would like to say this. First, I would like to say my daughter wouldn't be in a 4-year relationship with a man who is not committed to her. That's the first thing. Okay. The next thing I would say is my advice to my daughter in the beginning would be to know a man's intentions before you spend that much time with him. You got 6 months to a year. After that, if you stay with him after that and he made his intentions clear after that, 6 months to a year, and you don't leave him, don't tell me about nothing he do, because you signed up for it after that. Okay? And that's my personal opinion as a father, because you're not going to just be wasting years of my daughter's life, and a lot of men do that, waste these women's whole life, with promises. I'm going to just tell my daughter all those promises and words are just words and promises until it's solid. So that's just me. But with that being said, I do appreciate being on the podcast, and I have to go. So that's
damn, I had
that's just
questions
my
for you. You about to scamper out of here, right?
no.
Right
You
after
guys question.
I was
You
curious.
guys,
I was curious. How old are you?
33. I just turned
33.
30.
Okay, we run the same age. We about basically the same age. Are you currently married?
No.
Have you been married? Are you divorced?
No.
Okay, so I guess I guess this is what I'm trying to understand. What was your longest relationship?
Years.
I'm sorry. Say it again. Say it one more
5
time for
years.
me. 5 years. Okay.
5 years.
Now, do you think that you are marriage minded?
Yes.
You're a marriage minded guy, 33. I don't know how many women you've been with, but you are telling your daughter if she's been with a man for 6 months to a year and he don't marry you, like it's an issue. And I guess I'm trying to understand if you consider yourself a marriage-minded man, and also I'm assuming that you're a genuine guy, right? You genuine with what you do. Why do you find yourself to be in a position where I guess you can say you wasted women's time? Maybe, I don't know.
No,
You
because
tell me.
she had 2 kids. She had 2 kids from about another man that were twins before I met her, and I
Okay.
did want to marry her, but her family didn't want her to do that because of what. But she had, and I took them on as my stepchildren and took
Mm-hmm.
care of them. But we didn't work out because of her family had an issue with the structure that I would
Yeah.
bring into her life.
Yeah.
So it wasn't because I didn't want to marry her. It was this
Yeah.
issue with her family not wanting us to do. It was more people in our
Yeah.
business versus me not being married. I bought her
Okay.
rings. It wasn't, it was
Yeah.
just
So
more external issue.
okay. So that's what I'm trying to understand. So you never proposed, right? Possibly because her family, the issue you
Yeah,
had
I did.
other
I did
issues.
propose. I did propose to her.
Okay. And I guess she said no. I guess she declined it.
Well, I wouldn't say she. It was just more so of her family had an issue with me and her being together because of the situation she had. It wasn't, but it wasn't an issue between me and her. It was an issue with
Yeah.
her family wanting to be involved in the relationship, and that's kind of what I
Yeah.
didn't want to deal with.
Okay, because I guess what I'm trying to illustrate to you is that so you guys had an issue that was more than just I want to marry you, so we're going to be married, right? You guys had an issue that caused that to prolong itself, and for maybe you had to think about way more things than just I want to marry you, because so many other things were involved. If that makes sense. So, for example, her family
No,
was an issue for you. That doesn't make sense to you.
no, that would make sense. Yeah,
Yeah, so I'm just saying that a lot of relationships, it's more than just I want to marry you. Of course, I want to marry you. I want to do a lot of things. I want to be rich. I want to go on vacation right now. I want to leave work. There's so many things that I want to do, but other things are involved. There's so many more moving pieces that it might prolong being married. Or people got to. You had to understand if you wanted to marry that family, right? And I'm guessing you didn't want to marry that family, and eventually you was like, this ain't working out. You know.
right. But the question wasn't. The question was about. First of all, she has already 2 kids when I meet her.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what advice would I give my daughter? Not about me. I can take on a woman that has children and come into her life with those children and still create resources and still that doesn't bother me. The
Yeah.
question is, what would I tell my daughter for her not to be put in certain situations in life?
Okay. Are
That's the
you
question. My daughter, not me.
okay? Are you the type of guy that you would want your daughter to date?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because
And
and this is why I say that. Because of my character, I have integrity, I have real solid values. That's beyond material nonsense. I have
okay.
order, discipline, structure in my life. I've been I've been through a lot of things in my life. Prison, overcame the streets, all that stuff. I have a lot of wisdom and advice. So yes,
Right.
I would definitely, and I take care of
Yeah.
myself 100%. I'm not no bum that just live off women. I would if my daughter met a man like me, I would.
Mom, you asked
You
the wrong question
you
No,
would
though.
no. I
what?
got one more question though. I got one more question.
Well,
So
no.
no, no,
What
no.
was that? What was
I got
that?
one more.
No,
I got.
he went in and out. I didn't hear that last part.
Oh, okay.
What was the last part that you said, AM? If
About what?
if your daughter met a man like you would something.
Oh yeah. He asked me if oh yeah. So I said yes. I would yes if my daughter met a man like me, I would encourage her to marry me because the values that I have. Well, I had
Okay.
to acquire these values. I wasn't just. I didn't like. Obviously, I didn't start this. My parents were drug addicts. You know what I mean? Like I had to be. I had to acquire. I had to become the man that I am. So
Yeah. Yeah. And So okay. So you didn't have a kid with the woman with 2 kids already, right? Or
yeah.
you did? You did? I'm sorry. We cut out.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I was
Oh
asking like
yeah.
is your daughter by her? You say yes.
No, we have a son together.
You have a son together. So okay, but your daughter's.
We have a
I guess
son.
your daughter's by somebody else.
Yeah. I had my daughter when I was about 18.
Okay, so you had her young. Okay, I guess what I'm trying to offer you is the grace aspect, right? Of like you're a man, right? But it seems like you're having trouble understanding the complexities around being a man. Even though you're in a position, right? I'm pretty like I'm not one of the people who gonna try and shit on you and all this type of things. I'm pretty sure your life is nuanced. It's so much context behind the decisions you made. Okay, you got a daughter with the woman. You didn't marry the woman you had a daughter with, right? You didn't marry the woman you had a son with, right? Like, so it's so much context behind these situations. I'm not going to assume that you're a bad person. I think you're probably a pretty good guy, right? But you're casting this thing on the men that your daughter's going to date of if they don't marry you in 6 months to a year, they're not genuine men and they're not for you. They're wasting your time. Like when you say like, oh, I'm not like no guy's going to waste my daughter's time, right? So that's the only reason that I'm saying this to you, because it would seem like somebody in your position should be able to understand. You know, it's not just it's more to it.
You asked the wrong question. You said, was he the type of man that he would want for his daughter to date? Nobody's going to tell you is going to say no to that. Are you the type of man that her mother would want her to date?
What'd you say?
Are you the type of man that your daughter's mother would want her to date? That's the real litmus test. It's
I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding.
Cool. If you understood him asking you, are you the type of man that you would want your daughter to date? Look at it from her mother's point of view. Are you the type of man that her mother would want her daughter to date?
I'm not. So you asking me? Well, yeah. I mean, I don't understand what I'm not understanding.
So okay, look at it this way.
With the baby mother,
would your daughter's mother want
the baby's
mother daughter to date a man like you?
I wouldn't really. I mean, I see the men that the mother dates, so I can't really like. You know what I mean? Like she's in a chaotic relationship, so I can't really like the men that she dates now versus being with me. It's a completely different type of person. I would be considered boring to her mother, but the guy she did would be considered good because they're chaotic.
Excuse me. Let me explain this to you.
So then, how about this? Do you think that you're the type of man that your daughter is going to want to date when she's dating?
I'm sorry. Yeah. That's based on what values a person has.
And who instills those values in their children?
A father. But if we're based on the values that my daughters have, then yes, then it will be a man who has spiritual component, integrity, good character, has actual wisdom, guidance. Yes, because those are the values that I teach my daughter. It's not like teaching her, well, pick a guy because of his career or like that's just stuff. Like,
what's the dating age for you? Like, what's an appropriate dating age for you? When you started dating? What was the age? 16, 17, 18?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't start dating I actually didn't start dating. So I was with her mother maybe about like
no,
17
not
or
her
18.
mother. I'm not talking just general. Like, even when was the youngest you started dating? 16, 17,
No, I
18?
I wasn't dating that young.
Okay, so the average the average we'll say 18.
I wasn't dating. I always had
you specifically. We're talking about the average now. We're not talking about you anymore. We're talking about the averages.
Okay. You talking about
do you
like
think
this
average
era?
kid gives a shit about anything you just listed as far as when they're trying to date somebody? Spiritual guidance at 16, 17, 18? Being able to read at 16, 17, 18?
If you are a parent that's not teaching them those values, of course you're not going to look for them.
No,
but that's based on.
If they are. That's my point. You gotta realize the world your daughter is growing up in doesn't.
No, I don't have to realize the world that I'm in. The values that you teach your children are the values that they will go look for in the world. If I teach my daughter to go look for a guy that has a certain status, she'll go look for that. If I teach her to go find a guy who has actually real wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of who he is internally, then that's what she's gonna look for. So if I tell her to go look for a guy with a college degree, she's gonna look for it. If I tell her to go look for a guy that's gonna be kind to her.
But did her mother do that? Because you got to remember, you're not the only influence your daughter has. There's 3 things that influence your daughter.
Let me say this.
Her mother and the world she grows in, which is her peer group. And unfortunately, what parents understand later in life is that their peer group has almost more say than what is influencing and what's instilled in our children than the parents do. So for you to think that you're going to be able to dictate what your daughter values has been systematically and chronologically proven to be not true. You're going to fail every time. You can want your daughter to not be a hoe. If she wants to be a hoe, she's going to be a hoe. You can want your daughter not to suck dick on the first date,
And
but if she wants to suck dick on the
but
first date, she's going to do it.
that's why I said the guy has 6 months to a year. And after that time period, if you stay with him after that time period, whatever he does, that's up to you. That's why I said that. I'm saying as a father, listen, you got 6 months to a year for him to figure out whatever it is. It ain't gotta be marriage. Whatever y'all doing, he need to know. Okay. Around after that time period that your father is recommending to you, anything he does after that point that's up to you. So from
Okay.
6 months to a year, you need to be vetting him intentionally and figure out what type of man you're dealing with. If
Is
it's
her mother
marriage, if
telling
y'all
her
want to
the
be
same
boyfriend and
thing?
girlfriend, whatever. Huh?
Is her mother telling her the same thing?
Listen. Whatever her mother is telling her is what her mother is telling her. Whatever I'm telling her is this don't matter if the parents is in both the same house. If two people telling people whatever, I'm telling her if she asks me, this is what I'm telling her because that's what I'm being asked.
We understand what you're saying, telling her, but what you're neglecting is the fact that her mother and other influences that have more say than you do. For example, if the world and her mother say the same thing and you're saying something different, why would she listen to you more so than the other two people in her life, the world and her peer group?
And you're right, and I'm not saying that she doesn't have that option. I'm saying if she comes to me, this is what I'm going to tell her. That's why I said you got X amount of time. If you don't listen to what I said to you in this amount of time, whatever happens, that's up to you. You
So
can make your
AM,
own decisions.
There's one thing that I think that the fellas left out. If my daughter is in a relationship with a guy for 4 years, within the first 6 months to the year, I'm going to have a conversation with him. Like
Right.
me and him needs to have some type of relationship before that conversation is even brought up and thought about. Because if he is a guy like AM, right, and I can somewhat relate to your story. I don't have two
Yeah, right.
kids, mothers, but I did have a record at one point. It's no longer on my record. So, but just on the surface level of meeting a guy with 2 children by 2 different women, and he's been to jail, prison, whatever. Oh no, I need to have a better understanding of relationship of what are your intentions with my daughter before y'all even get to the 4-year mark. You know what I'm saying? So I think that is one thing that the fellas that nobody even mentioned, because especially just to put it off on the daughter,
We're about
and
to leave.
then just to put it off on the daughter, and then after that year, you just kind of wash your hands on it. I think that's setting her up for failure, essentially.
Well, I'm not
To
saying
get
I'm washing my hands. I'm saying, listen, I'm coming to you. You asking me about this guy you with. I'm saying, hey, listen, any man you meet, there's a vetting period. This is the vetting period I'm recommending to you. After that time, within whatever the time, But I'm saying after this, I'm saying specifically 6 months to a year. After that time, if you have not spent your time vetting that guy, whatever he does to you after that point, you have to hold yourself accountable for it because you have 6 months to a year to figure out who you're dealing with. That's
yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
So I've made a lot of decisions in my life to get to where I am and learn and like have this knowledge, right? So I would never tell my daughters, you got 6 months to marry, 6 months to a year to figure out for him to marry, propose, because I don't believe in that and I don't do that. I don't rock that way, right? But like, for example, like right now in my life, everything that I'm going to tell my daughters is based off of how I move and what I know as a man. So I'm curious, like, where do you get this opinion from that, hey, if it's not 6 months to a year, like, don't marry him? Like, is that based on the men that you
She
know?
has to be married within 6 months. I'm not saying she has to be married to 6 months. I'm saying from 6 months to a year, you should be learning this person, especially if you plan on spending some real time in your life with them for years.
Mhm.
I think that your first 6 months to a year knowing somebody, you should be getting to know the little kinks about them, paying attention to what they're telling you, what they're doing. Do their actions match their words? This is the time you figure all of that out. And what I'm saying as a father, at the 1 year of you spending around this person consistently, if you don't know if this is a person you need to keep spending time with, what am I to tell you? You seeing if they was a bad person or a good person within a year. They took their mask off here and there.
Yeah.
Now, if you want
So
to be delusional after that,
yeah. So does the man have to propose at 1 year? What do you
no,
say? What's the,
I'm not.
yeah? What's the
I'm not
what's the
saying he
rule?
has to propose.
What's
I'm
the
not saying
rule
he. I'm
then?
saying as far as marriage.
Yeah, like what's the rule for your daughter? Like
You said you saying what's the rules for as far as
yeah, like what
this
restate
is what
what you're
I'm
saying
saying.
at your daughter? Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. My daughter comes to me and she say, "I got this guy I'm interested in, whatever." Right? I'm going to say to her, "Listen, hey, 6 months to a year, you should be studying everything about him. You should be seeing if his actions match his words. You should be saying, is he proving to you that he's the man that he's claiming to be?" I'm not saying she got to be married, and I
Okay.
also will recommend her not having sex, but within that time. But if she does, that's her business. But I'm saying after a year, if you come to me and tell me this man did this and this man did that, I want to hold you accountable because you've been around him for 6 months to a year. His mask slipped off at some point
Yeah.
in some time. You've had enough time around him to figure out who he is.
Yeah. So what are you saying about the
Here you
man's
come and tell me
responsibility?
about him. I'm gonna hold you accountable.
Okay. So
We
what are you
say,
saying about the so what are you saying about the man's because earlier you were saying like, you
well,
like about
the
the
man
man
don't
like
have a responsibility.
as far as like
Well, the
wasting
man
her
don't have
time and
a.
stuff like that.
Listen, my responsibility to my daughter is to put her in a position to hold herself accountable. You are
Mhm.
not responsible for what people do to you. You are responsible for what you allow people to do to you. Okay?
Yeah.
If whatever he does after that year and she's allowing it, you allowing it. Bottom
What if
line.
yeah. Can he propose at 3 years or 4 years or 5 years? Is that okay?
What I'm saying is this. If she's with somebody for 6 months to a year, right? Because that's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Anything after that time, that's her decision. If he say I'm gonna be with you for 8 years and he say run off into the wind, I don't want to get married, I'm gonna say, hey baby, listen, I told you 6 months to a year. If he say after that 2 years, he say after 7 months I want to marry you, okay. But what I'm saying to you is after 6 months to a year, if you come to me and tell me anything about this man, right? I'm gonna say, hey, I don't want to hear about what he did. You had enough time to vet him. Now I'm gonna hold you accountable because he's not my responsibility. You are my responsibility. Okay.
Do you think the 6 months to a year is too fast, too soon
To get
for
to know
someone to get married?
to get to know somebody.
Well, no, I mean, of course, you should absolutely know somebody in that time period, depending on how often it is that y'all conversate, that you interact with each other. Maybe she's in school or something like that, and they only talk on the weekends or
That's not a
once a.
real relationship.
Well,
I'm talking about 6 months to a year. You really spending time with this person. Y'all together. Y'all see each other every day or whatever. That is your relationship. Long distance is not a real relationship. I'm talking about if my daughter is with a guy and they're date whatever they're doing, and you see him consistently for 6 months to a year. If in 6 months to a year you ain't seen his mask slipped off, because people slip mask fall off all the time. If his
for
mask
sure.
ain't slipped off in that time period and you ain't figure out who he is in that time period and you continue after that year, when you come to me and say something about him, I'm holding you accountable. I'm gonna say, hey, listen, I told you you got 6 months to a year and you was
So
there for 3 years, 4 years,
6 months to a year
whatever.
for
Six
what?
months to a year to what?
Marriage.
No, not marriage, not marriage. Character, integrity, his values.
Well, what does that mean? So if
Well,
your
yeah,
daughter's been
no,
with a guy for a year and a half, and he
that is
Okay, so
confusing.
I have a question. So I and if I may, this is the thing. So I hear what you're saying as far as character integrity and all that stuff, which is great. But here's the fact of the matter. Would you be okay with you meeting a woman and her requiring marriage out of you within the first 6 months to a year?
I'm Okay, I think this we have a miscommunication. I'm not telling my daughter.
It's either
that-
no. It's either yes or no, because we can't sit
Oh,
here and tell our
well,
kids.
okay. This
No, hold on,
this is
let me
why.
finish. Let me finish,
Yeah.
please. So I've been sitting here trying to like raise my hand. So this is the thing: we can't sit here and tell our children, do as I say, not as I do. So if your daughter is watching you and learning from you, and you're just sitting here in a relationship with women for multiple years, and you're not proposing and you're not moving intentionally, that's what she's going to accept.
Time out.
So
Just so you can
that's what I'm
understand
saying.
me.
So
I
no,
don't do that.
So
I'm
that's what
not
I'm
in
saying.
relationships with women.
So you're not into women? My bad. I didn't
No,
know.
I'm saying I'm not into relation. I'm not in relationships. I'm like I don't sleep around.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were not into
I'm
women
running around.
anymore. My bad. I took that wrong.
No, I'm not. I'm not the guy that sleep around and run around.
No, I'm not
No,
worried about you
work home
sleeping around.
gym.
So here, this is the thing. I don't care about you sleeping around. I don't care about you not being in a relationship. What I'm saying is that when you meet a woman and you go into a relationship, are you okay with her requiring you to marry her within 6 months to a year? Because
Absolutely.
so why didn't you marry the other woman?
Because
Outside of so
because
outside
the
of
fam
how long did it take
because
for
the
you to
family
propose
wanted to
to her?
use her. The family wanted to live off of a resource that she has, so they needed to get rid of me.
So
A lot.
how
Okay,
long did it take? Hold on. How long did it take for you to propose to her?
I bought her a ring maybe within like 4 or 5 months.
And then it took you that much more longer to not meet her family. So would you say that you
No,
didn't
I
vet
met her
her
family from the
properly?
beginning. I knew him already. I met him from the beginning.
So then if you propose to her, so here's the thing. If you propose to her within 4 months, yet you now let that be an excuse, because if you met her family from the beginning, that means you already know what you were walking into. You accepted it from the beginning. So now you're
Right.
saying, well, I didn't marry her because of her family. So now you use that and weaponize it as an excuse to not continue on with the marriage.
No, I was living a different type of lifestyle. I was a drug dealer. That's why I went to prison. I was living wrong in my life. You see what I'm saying? I was living wrong in my life. So I couldn't, even
So
though I had those values.
is that why the family did what
They
they
didn't
did?
like you?
No, because that wasn't the issue of me being a drug dealer, because it was just the whole ambiance. Everybody had some nonsense going on. That wasn't it. The issue was they had a personal issue with, what's saying?
I'm gonna
No,
be
my bad.
honest with you.
No,
If you were a rug dealer, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you were a rug dealer, I would have a personal issue with you as well, dating my daughter.
listen to what I'm saying to you though. In that specific situation,
I'm just saying.
everybody has something. Everybody has some illegal nonsense going on. Just when I was involved in that lifestyle, so the issue wasn't that I was a drug dealer. The issue was that she was living on government assistance, and the family wanted her to stay on government assistance, like it is sometimes in inner city communities. They don't want to give up the government assistance, and I wanted to stop selling drugs, and I wanted to take her and move out to the suburbs where I live now. But her family didn't want her to do that because they want her to stay on government assistance so they could live off of her. And I don't know if this is a familiar story to people sometimes with in the city with the government assistance, but some people don't want to give up the government assistance so they can live a better life because they think that is a good life. But to be respectfully honest, I was selling drugs because I was trying to make my way out of that environment, and that's why I was doing it. I wasn't a drug dealer. I had the mindset of somebody want to go, but I didn't have the tools. I didn't have the knowledge, and I was making those decisions because I thought that was the right thing to do at the time. But now I know it's not. You,
S- Somebody said
I
flip
was
the
trying to
question
get her
on me
off
and
government assistance. They didn't want her to get off government assistance.
somebody said flip the question on me and Willie. I would love this question. Like I wouldn't, I would absolutely want my daughter to date somebody like me. 1,000%. I'm honest for one. I would have everyone I've ever been with. They knew my intentions. I ain't never told nobody I was gonna marry them. I never asked a girl to be my girlfriend until the woman that I'm with right now. It's the first woman I asked to be my girlfriend. I've never lied to a woman. Asked her to be my girlfriend. I only asked her to be my girlfriend because I wanted to be committed to her. So I asked her to be my girlfriend. The first time, and I was what, 28, something like that. The first time I've asked a girl to be my girlfriend, I proposed to her because I wanted to marry her. I've always made my intentions clear to women, and I always will. It's how I move. I don't have to lie to a woman. I never had to lie to a woman. It is what it is. So I'm honest. I take care of my woman, take care of my entire family. Like, well, not my entire my family, like my kids and my woman. Like, that's what I mean. I take care of my woman. They don't want for nothing.
I communicate well. Like I communicate well to my children. So like, yeah, nah, I ain't I 1,000% want a woman to date my daughters to date a man like me.
You said flip it on me. I want my daughter to be a lesbian until she's 30, because I ain't never seen a woman ruin her life behind plastic dick. So that's what I would want. And then when she's 30, I want her to find somebody like me. Like all the stuff Mont said, yeah, that's cool. Right? Same wave, same thing for me. But if my daughter was to find someone like me in my position, I would be so happy because I know I ain't got to worry about it. Every woman I've attached myself to and I've allowed to experience my commitment has their life is significantly better than it was before and after, and I took better care of them than their fathers did. So yes, I would want my daughter to find someone like me after a certain point. I would just hope that she doesn't fuck it up and she can keep him.
All right, let's go ahead and get Bowen mistaken in there.
I think my concern with this whole thing is 5 years and a baby and her family was the problem, but you're still connected to that person. You could have just married her. Like, that's wild to know that you were going to marry her so early on, not marry her, but instead impregnate her. And then be like, you know what? I don't like your family. And then leave her to be a single mother. That's crazy to me. Like
I didn't leave her to be a single mother. She wanted me to keep being a drug.
as I was cool
I
as
wanted to.
long
I
as
wanted to. I wanted to do the rest of my life.
but because there's a child involved now, I'm like, wow. So okay, I don't know.
Okay. I was just gonna say, what I understood where Naomi was coming from. However, I think the caveat to some of that is when you flipped it, it was like, okay, he, would he operate in the same way? So I understand it, but I also want to throw in the fact that when you know better, you're supposed to do better, right? I think he said he has first kid at 18 or what have you. I wouldn't expect an 18-year-old to make a long life decision like, oh, I met her 6 months, let me marry her. Just like, getting her pregnant. It should have been a better decision, right? I just think when we move into the direction of saying, well, would you do it? Depending on the age and time, I think makes a difference, right? Because there are things that I did when I was, I'll say, younger or whatever, that I teach my daughter not to do. So that doesn't mean that because I did something that I should be okay with her doing it. I remember having a conversation with my sister one time, and it had to do with parenting. And she's like, well, I don't feel like I'm in a position to say anything because I know what I did when I was her age. And I'm like, but that's the difference between being a parent and being a kid, is that you already have hindsight and you know what the outcome could be. So you should make a different choice. So I think without all of the extra stuff, like, love, you had a whole bunch of extra caveats to that, which was a lot. But I'm just saying, just in general, that sometimes you make the mistake and then you give the advice based on the outcome of the previous mistake to say, listen, I don't want you to go down this road. So you need to, make a decision based on this. So if for him, he's like, well, most men know off bat what category they're going to put you in, right? So it shouldn't be, it shouldn't take 5 years for them to propose or move in a direction of marriage. I took what he was saying as, because I've been down the road, I've done the things that I do, and as a man, I know men categorize women. So if you don't want to stay in a particular category, you need to move with intention and ensure that he's
Right.
moving with intention as well. And then there should be a timeline at some point. I think that's based on age and stage of life. When I met my husband, we got married in 7 years. I met him in college. I wasn't trying to be married in college. You know what I'm saying? And then after college, it was a new aspect of our relationship. So then it took maybe two more years, 2 or 3 more years after that, and then we got married. But I don't think we should eliminate the fact that because somebody messed up at a period of time in their life, and if they learned from it, then the advice that they give should be very different from that. And I think that's what, at least that's the way that I took what Love was trying to get at.
I think here's the problem. Love, are you sexual? Like, do you you abstinent?
Yes.
Okay, so you abstinent, and do you? I guess you plan on getting married.
Yes. I guess. Yeah.
Okay, no, because when we
I
talk
don't really
about knowing
necessarily
better,
need to,
yeah, you
but
don't. Yeah, I guess when we talk about knowing better and doing better, because you said you don't necessarily need to get married. How do you plan on dating women or being with women?
I, again, it's so from my perspective, I don't necessarily need that external validation to complete me. I'm it don't. I'm not running around looking for women to just be with, just to be with.
Yeah. So
Basically,
you,
I
so you plan on never touching a woman again because you said that you don't know if you're gonna get married, but you're not, but you're abstinent. So that's what I'm trying to understand,
well,
right?
what I'm saying is my priority is not running around thinking about chasing women. My priority at 33 is building my life out. You know, that's my priority. Like I said, my parents were drug addicts. I started behind the 8 ball, so I had to work hard to get where I'm at and build my life out. Now, in the future, if I get if I can create the conditions for me to be able to provide to the capacity that I would like, when I meet a woman, I will only intentionally deal with women that I have. Not, I'm not going to say women. I will only intentionally choose a specific woman that I
Okay.
would like to marry and bring into my life. Because coming from the projects is already hard to get anywhere. So
Yeah.
just for me to be able to achieve what I've achieved currently, and if I'm able to keep going on in life and achieving, right, experience and wisdom through my trials and tribulations, to see her and say that's a good woman based on the qualities that she has, to be added to my life so that we can build and create something together of value. But that's
Got you.
because I failed a lot in life. That's why I have the information. That's why my perspective is this way.
Okay, then I'm not mad at you then. If you say you abstinent and the next woman that you find yourself with is going to be like a serious thing, and if you're going to be with a woman seriously, then y'all going, then I'm not mad at you. I don't care about your past. I care about how you operate now. So yeah.
Right, yeah, I'm asking. I don't sleep
And
around. It's not gym work home. You can see on my Instagram, all I do is gym work home. That's it. I'm not sleeping
Yeah.
around. There's 0 girls on my phone texting me. And that's not because I can't, but I'm looking to build myself out at 33. I'm not looking to I don't chase, I'm not into that. And in fact, one of my favorite things to do with women is I want to get to know who you are internally. I want to have conversations with you. So automatically, when I meet women, I turn them off from the beginning because most women can't operate with a man who won't say, "Hey, listen, put your pants on, don't take your shirt off. You can come over. We don't need to have sex. We can just talk. Let's go
Right.
somewhere and talk." That
When
I,
did
ain't
you make
that's
when did
my.
you make your decision to be abstinent? By the way,
I can't do that. No way.
You said when did I make the decision to be abstinent?
yeah, like when did you come to that realization of like, yo, I'm just
It's
not
not a
gonna,
it's not a decision that I made to be abstinent. I'm just not chasing women around.
Well, you said you abstinent.
Yeah, but because I'm not chasing women. I mean, what am I? I'm 33. I need to be building my life out. What am I chasing around women for?
Well, abstinence is a decision. It's like it's not just like, oh, I ain't had sex in a month, so I'm abstinent. It's like I'm abstinent type of thing.
doesn't abstinent mean you're not beating your meat either?
Nope.
Cause boy, that's why you seem like you so aggressive. You might be backed up, my G. Hey, it's He need to go. Go get one off or something. He can take care of that.
I'm not being. Listen, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm not being aggressive. I'm passionate about what I'm saying because I've been through things and I have the experience to speak this way. I'm not, and if I'm offending anybody, that's not my intentions.
No.
But at the
Yeah, and
same
then
time, I'm speaking this way because I'm passionate about what I've been through to get where I'm at. I mean, to other people, it might seem small, but when your father and a heroin addict and your mother a drug addict, and you grew up with absolutely nothing, you a felon, high school dropout, and you got to come through everything and build your life out. You know what I'm saying? And really work hard. Cause I worked hard. I ain't cut no corners. You know what I'm saying? So people don't gotta feel where I'm coming from, but people who feel me feel where I'm coming from. For real. You know what I'm saying? I'm not I've seen it all. You know what I'm saying? I'm just here giving my opinion about what I would tell my daughter because I'm not gonna watch nobody play with my daughter. Now other dudes can do whatever they want to do. I'm not gonna watch somebody play with my daughter. Either you gonna be with her for real or you're not gonna be with her. And that's the bottom line. And I'm willing to enforce that. So
So you
other
gonna
people
make
don't
your daughter break up with him?
listen. If somebody is with my daughter, playing with her mentally, physically, I'm gonna step in as a father. I don't mind going back to prison for somebody playing with my daughter. And that's the
oof.
bottom line. That's the
Yeah,
bottom line.
so oof.
And it's and you can Google me. It's the bottom line. And I'm not saying that to like I'm just being real with y'all. Like I come from a
So
place
are you
What's
gonna
on
ever
we
Google?
don't
Hold
give
play
on. What's on
psychological
Google?
games where I'm from.
What Google say about you?
that he been in jail?
Oh, but for what? We're selling
I don't
drugs, though,
know.
right?
Yeah.
That's different.
Listen,
I sold drugs.
this what I'm gonna say. This is what I'm gonna say, man. This what I'm gonna say, man. Where I come from is based on trial and error. You ain't always got people around to give you the advice for you to be successful in life. I achieved what I've achieved so far in life because I worked hard and I didn't take no shortcuts and I had integrity and I had respect and I treated people well. It wasn't because I shook nobody's hand or I had a clean cut. It wasn't. People respect me and treat. I'm on this panel because he's seen something in me. I'm not on this panel by accident. God didn't put me here by mistake. It's somebody that's gonna watch this gonna need to see somebody like me that come from where they come from. That don't got the pretty background. I'm sitting in my car. That's in my name that I worked hard for. You know what I'm saying? It's dudes where I'm from in the projects. They happy to see me with my little bit of nothing. They think I made it in life.
No, we
So
understand. We understand. No, we don't need no emotional or motivational speech. But we get it. We get it. You know, you work hard. You know, we get it. We get it. You're a hardworking man.
I'm not giving an emotional speech. This is what I'm saying though. I'm not
I
giving
say
any emotional
emotional,
speech. It's
motivational
somebody
speech.
listening to this that's really going to need to see somebody like me that's been through came from where I came from, and I'm sitting here and I'm listening to how the comments that's being made. You know what I'm saying? I hear it. I'm not some simple minded guy that don't know better.
So
I hear
I had
the slick insults.
No, no, we
another
get it.
question. So you say you don't want somebody playing with your daughter. What are you going to do to arm your daughter to be able to maintain and retain and maintain a man like that?
My daughter does not need to maintain a man like anything. My daughter needs to have a spiritual component, a mental component, character and integrity, and loyalty and respect for herself. And any man that cannot come to my daughter and say, damn, this woman with dignity, honor, and respect for herself, he don't need to be with her. And
I think you misheard what I said.
these weak
How
men
are
in
you
this
going
era
to
are
teach your
afraid of a
daughter?
woman who's going to have some type of respect for herself.
How are you going to teach your
They
daughter
prey on these
to
women that they
access
prey on.
the
Listen,
men
they prey on these
that she wants for herself?
these weak men prey on these
Love,
women that only see them for their materials.
That's
but
not. No one's talking about material anything.
brother, love, you
Question I
becoming a little
asked you was,
emotional.
what are you teaching your daughter to make her the type of woman that those men who are going to propose in 6 to 12 months? What are you teaching her to make her valuable to those men?
I'm teaching my daughter to be valuable to herself, and through her being valuable to herself, then she can be valuable to a man who's valuable to himself. My daughter is no cheap liquor on the top of the shelf.
Wait,
Her
Yeah.
priority
so
is
love,
focusing
She
on
need
working
to
on
Hold,
find herself.
herself.
hold
She
tight,
need,
y'all.
she need to
Mistake, you
find
got
herself.
to hold tight. Mistake, want to get in there because she had a hand up in the back. Go ahead, Mistake.
Oh no, I was saying boo because you I spoke. I was speaking to him making
Removing the
mistakes,
comment.
learning from it, and making different decisions now, and saying that he's gonna impart those decisions on his daughter based on that experience. But I was saying boo for you
Removing
taking
the comment section.
yeah.
Wait, so love, I have a question, and this is a serious question. So in you finding a wife, right? When you do find the woman that you want to be with, is it not
I'm sorry,
important for her?
your phone was breaking up. Would you?
So when you
I'm
do
sorry, it was breaking up.
yeah. So when you do find a wife, right? Whenever you find a wife or a woman that you want to be a wife, are you not looking for her to bring some type of additional value to your life and what it is that she is aware of and that she can deliver? Is that not something that's important to you?
So okay, and I appreciate that question, OG. Listen, so my thing is first becoming of first my thing is making sure that I'm right. Okay, I'm not looking for a woman to come into my life and bring. I don't need a woman to cook for me. I don't need a
Well,
woman
yeah,
to give me.
we got that
I'm
part.
answering.
We
Yeah.
that's that part. We understand that part. But when you do come across a woman, right? Are you not looking, or
Mhm.
once you are ready to receive and find a woman, are you not looking for that woman
Mhm.
to bring some type of additional value into your life?
No, because I'm already complete. Let me
So
say this to you.
you
Let me
don't
say this.
want
Let
her
me
to
say this.
cook? Wait, hold on. You don't want her
Let me
to
say this.
cook? You
Can I
don't
say
want her to
this?
do
Can I say
anything
this
for
right
you?
here?
Like,
Let him answer it.
Let me
Let
say
him
this. Let me
answer.
say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. Let me answer this. I'm gonna answer respect. For me personally, when you take the time to work on yourself internally and you make yourself complete internally, okay? When somebody comes into your life, it's two complete people coming together. I'm a woman who comes in my life at whatever point, I'm already complete. I don't need her to cook for me. I'm a damn good cook. I don't need her to do my laundry. I don't need her to give me emotional, spiritual support. I've already worked on myself from the foundation. So that's why God gave me this path. I worked on my foundation. So when a woman comes into my life at whatever point, when she comes into my life, she's coming in my life to exist.
so my brother need to go
She's not
back
coming
out
in my
there and
life to
go.
bring,
My brother
what you
Love, you need
say?
to go back out. You need to go back out there and go learn more wisdom, because right now you're just saying some bullshit.
Well, yeah, I
Wait,
mean,
I can't hear you.
you can't
No,
denounce
no.
what it is that he
Let's
wants.
be honest. You know, he's
oh,
no, no.
wait,
If that's
You know,
what
he's
if
saying
that's
that
what
you
he
just
wants, then that's what he
excuse
wants. I
me.
mean,
no,
we
but
can't
see,
force him to change
that
his
don't
mind
mean
on that.
Excuse
yeah, but
me. Excuse
but
me.
that means that he haven't really learned anything. You know, he's saying he learned something. He haven't really learned much about
You
life. You know,
how can you say
he
that?
just learned the
Not,
bare minimum.
hold
No,
on,
That's
Naya,
Naya.
Based
because
based on
that's
how
because you
he's
don't
operating,
understand.
that
Naya,
ain't gonna
Hold on.
work
You
out so
don't
can't
well.
say
understand.
that if
Hello.
wait,
No.
hold on.
Okay.
Naya, you can't
Hmm.
say that if you say that you would crack a woman and then get to know her. You can't say that, bro.
So
Yes, he
how do what?
can.
Yeah, let's say you're right. So wait, you want me to simp and bring somebody in and pay all the bills? How does that make sense to me?
Naya.
Who said anything
I mean,
about
And
that's what
see,
simping?
he's
this
saying.
is what I'm
He's
saying. Can I
perfect.
Right. I don't
He's
Who
and
saying
can
he's
said
I can
anything
I
perfect.
say
about
this? Can
simping?
I say this?
All that I'm saying
Can I
is
say
that
this so we
go ahead.
and what I'm saying, I get what he's saying with this, what he believes is simping and paying a bill. I'm 33. I'm working on myself. I've already got all that stuff covered at whatever chapter when I bring this woman into my life, whatever, right? I work on myself physically. I go to the gym. I work on my spirituality. I work on my mental health. Okay. Those are already covered. When a woman that is for me comes into my life, I don't need to bargain with her to bring value. She already wants to bring value because this is the woman that is designed for me, because she already can see I'm doing something. A lot of men are dealing with women who don't like them. So they have to negotiate. When you deal with women that like you, you don't need to negotiate because they're already trying to bring innovative solutions into your life. You don't need to lead
That's
with all of this nonsense. When you are a man of
that's
value
not
already, a woman will say, "Hey, how can I add value to you?" She's asked the woman that's for you is going to ask, "How can I add value to you?" I ain't got to ask her to do nothing.
right, but that
That's a good woman.
I think you're hearing the question wrong. So maybe if I can, if in that situation that you just shared, right? If the woman says, what can I bring to bring you, what can I do to bring you more value, right? What if she never asked that question? I think the point that I'm trying to make
There's
is,
nothing.
okay, so all the woman has to do is just exist.
Even now, there's nothing. There's nothing a woman can come in my life and bring more value to my life. There's nothing. I'm complete already. I got all my
Okay,
own
I have a
resources.
better
I don't
I
need her
have a
to
better
cook.
question.
I
Hold
don't
on,
need.
hold on, hold on,
If I
Naya,
meet a
hold on.
woman, right? Let me say this to you. This is one thing that scares women about me is that I'm not expecting them to bring nothing. There's never a conversation of what you bring to the table. There's just no need to have one because a good
But
woman is going to
that's
come
not.
with offering in.
Mm.
You don't need to sing all up.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Hold
I'm
tight.
not. I'm
You
not
hold
talking
tight
about the.
because Bo had a question before you did. So
Yeah,
make
go ahead. Go ahead.
sure, Bo.
Well, it was more of a statement. I just can't believe how Naya is calling out someone for not learning or listening, and he has the habit of not learning or listening from anyone. And also, the way you date, you can't impart wisdom over anybody. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to tell you, baby, you need to grow up. He's a couple of years older than you. You first need to get there, and then you'll be fine. But you, sir, at this point in time, are a pot calling a kettle black, and you sit over there midnight. And I really need you to hold what you got, because you don't have a place, sweetheart, at
So
all.
so I have a question too. So okay, what can she take off of your table? That's a better question. Let's say you have a whole lot of things that need to be done. If a woman come in, what can she take off of your table?
Okay, and that's a good question. That's a phenomenal question. She don't need to take anything because a woman is like an incubator. When you give, I'm not talking about a girl. I'm talking about a woman. The problem is you're giving to girls and you're not giving to women. Okay, a girl is going to take and run off. A woman, when you give a woman something, she's designed to multiply. So when I accumulate things and I find a woman and I give her something, she's going to say her nature is to multiply. That's why when you give her sperm, she gives you a baby. When you give her a house, she
Oh
creates a home.
God.
When you give her food, she makes it into a meal. And she
Okay,
makes it into
y'all,
a meal because she
we
uses her
get all
emotions to
that.
do that.
We get all that. I mean, yeah, but
Listen. The
it's
level of
something
consciousness
missing
I'm
here.
operating at.
One plus.
Because listen, you're trying to pay women to be who you want. Those are prostitutes. Those are not women that like you. I deal with women that like me. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
that.
have listen. Women don't require me to go on dates. There's no dates. Come over, and I say no. We don't have to have sex. I want to talk to you. I'm not
Yeah,
paying for women. Women should deal with me like me.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
deal with
So
no. These
I
problems
think
men
you
talk about on the
missing.
internet. They don't exist in my world.
no. See, there's
I
something
think that
wrong.
you missing. I think you're missing my point of my question. I'm not. I'm not talking about the what you bring
Okay.
to the
Okay.
table conversation. Just let's be clear on that.
Okay.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the what do you bring to the table conversation, right? But innately, we
Mhm.
all, a man, woman, we all play roles, right? Whatever it is that this woman is, that her purpose is in life, whatever the case may be, she has to have some type of value in herself. I would assume. I think the majority of the guys would agree with this. This is not what do you bring to the table conversation. This is simply what values is it that we can both align with? What is it that you what is it that you can also use to help grow this legacy in which I have in front of me? Or are you only going to be taken? Because the truth of the matter is, in relationships in this world, everything is of duality. So you giving to her, she's receiving. Is she now giving you something for you to receive? And what is it that looks like
Right.
for you?
And that's based on you dealing with a girl versus.
Bro,
It's about
come on,
mentality. If you're dealing
just
with a
answer
girl,
the
you can give a
question,
girl as
bro.
much as you want to give her.
If just answer the question. It's a
Listen,
woman.
let me
It's
tell you
not a
something. There's
girl.
nothing that there's okay exist. I don't
Okay.
need. I don't need. I don't need a woman to give me anything. I don't need her. The woman is the table. She's giving you a child. I know it's not a table talk,
Oh,
but the woman is bringing a child into the world. And we get on
Come
here and
on.
have a conversation about
Can,
what a woman should. What?
can
She
she?
giving you another you.
Bro, do you?
No.
She creating a
I
whole
hate
nother
to use.
you.
Wait, hold on. I hate to use this example, right? But I'm gonna just be blunt and use the example.
No,
If you
use it.
just
Use it.
told us, if you just told us that your parents were horrible parents, then how
I
can
didn't say
we
my parents were
assume?
parents.
You said
I didn't
You
say
said
my
that your
parents were horrible
parents
parents.
on drugs, on drugs.
It's
if
it's one
your
it's one
if
How
your
billion
many
parents
parents
percent
who
implied that they were
if your
horrible if
parents
they
are
were
love?
drug addicts.
yeah, you just said your parents are drug addicts. They were drug addicts. I mean, I
Let
hate
me
to
tell you
say it,
something.
but
You can
I
have
was
two. You can have two parents that are lawyers and they can be bad parents. You can have two parents that are doctors and can be bad parents. My parents had a certain set of circumstances. That don't mean they were bad parents. You
okay.
got parents
So
that are
all right,
workaholics and they're bad parents.
You can't be a good
that's
parent and
fine.
a drug
That's
addict. Those two
that's
things are
that's
You
mutually
can't be.
exclusive.
You can be a bad parent and you a workaholic. You be a bad parent.
Now,
No
do
all right.
you
one's
see the
arguing that.
That's
do you
cool.
see
You
the
We
can't be
thinking
a good parent
process?
so
and be
I
a
don't
drug
think we
addict.
should try to argue with that. We should just
in
leave
that
it.
situation,
That's my
in that
listen. That might have been my parents' circumstances, but though my parents were phenomenal and they are phenomenal people, even though they had those circumstances. This is what I'm saying. I don't view the world as how these people see. Like this whole, I don't see the world like this. I don't look at people like this.
It's not because you. It's because you
My parents
can't
was
see
on
the
drugs.
world
They were
like
good
this.
people. That was their
That,
circumstances.
see, that's the difference. When someone can't, when someone says I don't do something, they imply they have the option to do said thing. Like when a woman says, "Well, I don't want to get married. I'm happy being single." It implies that she could go get married or could be single. You can't see the world this way because your world was not that way. So you don't
well,
have the ability to see the world this way. You can't.
Exactly.
You're pointing out that lawyers
I
can be
know.
bad
I don't know.
parents.
What you, I don't get
No
what you
one
mean.
is
I don't get what you
arguing
mean by
that
that.
point, but what we are all saying is that you cannot be a good parent and be a drug addict. Those two things are mutually exclusive.
so love, would
Listen,
you wife
let me tell you something. Let me
love,
tell you
would you
something.
wife a woman?
Everybody has
Wait, hold on.
vices.
Love, hold
Everybody
on.
on earth has
Would you
vices.
That has
love,
nothing to do with the point.
Everybody
would
got
you wife
everybody on this video call has a vice.
This is
for
just like
sure,
when
absolutely.
women
But
say men
love,
do it too.
would you would you marry a woman
So,
that was a heroin addict?
No, I wouldn't marry a woman.
I mean, but she bring a plus
Why
to
The
your
not?
same
You
to
life.
just
say is
said all she
my
gotta
parents'
do is
circumstances.
exist.
She bring an addition to your life.
You just said all she got to do is
But
exist.
that's not a good hypothetical question. That's not first of all. That's not a good hypothetical question based on my parents' circumstances and what happened for them to be on drugs.
I'm not.
That's not. That's like I'm not gonna go find a woman who's a heroin addict. And be like, let's get married. You a heroin addict? That's what? That's not. Because I go listen. I just was dating a doctor, a chick that's a neuroscientist a couple months ago. 5,000. She's a horrible person. I didn't care if she was a multimillionaire. She's a horrible person. So I got from around her, and she's a multimillionaire for real. Live in Boston, in a $5,000 a month condo. And I said, you know what? Bye, sweetheart, because you're mistreating me.
Did you hit?
This is the that
But
don't it don't those titles don't mean nothing.
wait, but
My,
love,
I'm not
here's
gonna
my
go.
question.
What are you talking about?
Love. Here's the part where it goes against your argument. So if you stop messing with her because she was a horrible person, that means she had poor values, bro. That means that she wasn't bringing something of value to you in the relationship. So
Who?
that's why you left her.
You talking about the girl?
The chick that you're talking about.
No, that's not the argument. He said at some point when I meet a woman in my future, what does she need to
Oh my
bring
god.
into my life? And what I said, this is what I said. What I said is when I'm at that point in my life, right? She doesn't need to bring anything because I'm already complete inside of myself. Even when I deal with the doctor girl, I didn't want to do her because I just didn't like the person that she was in general
I like to say
because of how she
something.
treated people.
I like to say something. Look, brother love. So I understand what you're saying, but sometimes don't put a woman on such a high pedestal. I'm being honest, because They
I'm
poop,
not putting a
pee.
woman on a high
How do
pedestal.
wait. Let me finish real quick. They poop, pee, just like they you know they regular human beings just like us. So just like if me and you are business partner, let's say if we're dealing, don't be like, you know what, if I'm coming in, you could be like, man, you're gonna be doing 50-50. I mean, you're gonna do these chores right here. These are for these here are your project. Are you gonna do this part? It's out of that, or I come in, you be like, you know what, you're gonna just fill in. Which and probably the chances are, me personally, I won't do it. I might just sit down and let you do most of the bulk of the work, and then I'm gonna just wait until the end of the day and collect my check. So, but by you having everything already out there, so I can look, I'm at based on our agreement. This is our agreement. These here are your responsibility. These here are my responsibility. If anything happened between us, we talk about it. If we can't talk about it, we bring somebody else in so we could get a third party opinion on whatever our argument is. So it's kind of like, make sure when somebody come into your life, you know exactly what they are bringing, or at least you have something in your mind that, look, man, I really need help with this here. Like, let's you're a businessman. You're a skilled laborer. You're a skilled man. So you could be like, I need
But
somebody to be
that's not.
yeah.
But that wasn't the question
But
though.
hold on, wait. Just let me finish real quick. I'm about to end it. You might be like, I need a lady to come and do booking for me. That's useful. You might be like, I need a lady. When I come home, I'd be real tired and my dishes be everywhere. I need a lady. If she come into my life, she should be a plus. She should come and help me at least see how I could keep up my finances. That's beautiful. It's like
Right.
anything in those
But
nature. But don't just be like,
but
she gonna
that's
come in
coming
and
into.
just survive and and just live off of your off of you, like
But
free,
that's
like
just
having
saying,
some
hey, come in my
freebies.
life. Right. But that's like saying, come in my life, and I need you to do this list of things. What I'm saying to you is, again, this is under the assumption that I worked on myself to. Meaning I have to work. I have already had to work hard to get through all these trials and tribulations to
Wait,
acquire
wasn't you
that
just dating?
position in life.
Wait, hold on, wait. I thought you was absent and like, what? Then you're now dating somebody 2 months ago or something.
The
So you
plot thickens.
No, what you say?
you
What you
said
say?
that you wasn't. You said that you was absent, but now you're dating somebody 2 months ago. A real successful
No, I said
doctor.
I was dating her.
Real.
I said I was dating her a couple of months ago. I said I didn't like the person that she was.
Naya, you can
Because
date
she
someone
believe. Listen,
without having
listen. This
sex with them. I don't know if you know that.
A
exactly. This is what
broke
I'm
Yeah,
nigga
saying.
yeah.
can
I've
a
done that
regular nigga
sometimes.
cannot date a
Let me
millionaire
say this to
without
you. She
fucking.
believes. Hello.
Like let's not act like that's not. Wait, Bo. Now you've been super rational for like 65 episodes in a row. The chat may not agree with me, but if you mean to tell me that a regular nigga is gonna be fucking with a millionaire and not dropping dick off, would you be a millionaire fucking with a regular nigga and not getting dick dropped off? Thank you. Y'all look, if we're gonna do anything, we're gonna be fucking for
Let
real.
me say this.
Like seriously,
Let me
hold
say
on, champ.
this. Let me
Bo,
let
we're gonna be for if nothing else, we're gonna be for real.
AM,
Like
did you drop dick off?
let me say this though. Let me let me say this though. Let me say this though. First of all, I was not when I met her. I didn't know she was a millionaire. When I seen her condo, I didn't know all
did
of
you
that.
fuck? Yes or
I
no? That's all we care
assumed,
about, bro. Did you smash? Yes or no?
of course, I fucked her. Of
Exactly.
course,
So why are we having the conversation? The
but
conversation's dead now. He's not celibate. He's
but
just not
listen, no,
fucking
it's not.
somebody
But listen,
right now. Like, come on, y'all. Like, what are we doing?
no,
We almost at 3 hours and
let
30
me say
minutes,
this though.
bro. We did 3 hours of just almost no
No,
bullshit. And
let
now
me
we're
say
gonna spend the last 22 minutes on this shit. Like, JR, you got another clip or
no.
Get to these super chat.
Then Bo, say what you was gonna say so I could go
Oh,
after you, or you already said what you needed to say.
I honestly, after hearing Naya talk with this whatever stupid shit he's saying, I forgot, if I'm being honest. I'm sorry. You know what? Marcus taught me this week that I need to start choosing better words because sometimes I say things that are not very nice. So I won't say that you've been saying stupid shit. Now, what I will say is
No, it's fine. I could take it.
you made me no, it doesn't matter. You made me forget what I even wanted to say because a lot of times the things that you say contradict everything that you live your life by. Every single thing that you say makes no sense on the face of what you have just told this man today. You don't even live this way. You don't like so
what?
I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to be as kind as I can be, but I'm going to attribute it, and I'm sorry to do this, I'm going to attribute it to you being very young, but you see other people in a different lens than you see yourself. And I think that if you take the advice that you give other people, maybe you could straighten out some of the things in your life.
Can you
Or
give
you
me an
could other
example?
people's
Give me an
business.
example. Give me an example.
No, indeed. But what I will say is, you just got a lot of growing up to do, is all I can say.
Well, bro, I don't think
I need an example.
I don't think that you holistically understand Naya's perspectives, only because Naya has been consistent, and yeah, he got 4 women, but he believes in that, and you know he believes in the union, whatever they got going on. I think he's
Oh
been consistent about his, you know, how he look at things.
no, I remember what I was finna say. No, I didn't say he wasn't consistent. I just said it didn't make any sense. Now,
You just said I wasn't
this
consistent.
is what I was finna say. So Love, the way he operates, I think that it works for him. I don't have nothing to do with
Right,
that.
it do.
I'm going to be the person that every man in the comments thinks I am at this point, a whole feminist. This is what I'm gonna say. Naya, you only see benefits in women as it pertains to labor. You want a woman in your life so that she can bring labor and so that she can help you. I don't understand, because you like, what she gonna do? She can come in and do the book, and she can come in and sweep the floor. She can wash your ceiling. She got to do something. That means that you are in turn not a provider. If a woman has to come and earn what you do for her, you are not a provider, sir. You are an employer. That's all I'm saying. That's because everything that you're saying, that's what that means to me. That's what it looked like to me.
No,
Yeah, but hold on, but
hold on. I'm gonna have to
being
pause.
with me, it's a job. Being with me, it's a
Hold on.
job. You know, this ain't
Be
no
like, pick that
partnership. This
Hey,
is
cotton.
a
him,
job.
you gotta let him,
A,
you gotta
B.
let him land. Let him talk.
Bo,
Yeah, no, okay.
this is literally what I have on my paper. I put labor versus value. Labor versus value. And I think they were having 2 different conversations, right? I
Right.
think Naya was talking about you got to have some idea of what it is that you need a woman to do for you. Speaking from a perspective of, like you were saying, the labor. She needs to be able to cook. She needs to be able to clean. She needs to be able to do, massage, like the labor aspect, where I think what Love was getting at is, I'm not going into the relationship with the expectation of the labor cost. I'm looking at it from the value cost, right?
Right.
And I think
No,
Naya
he literally
has
said no value. His words verbatim. That's why I kept going back and
hold
forth
on.
with
And
him.
the reason I'm saying that is because
She is right though.
Naya makes labor and value synonymous. He considered those 2 things synonymous. That's the value, is the labor. What I'm saying is that what I think Love was getting at is what he was saying. He was like, not the value in terms of labor costs, because I'm coming filled. I already have my my full self, right?
Right.
So I'm not looking. He said, I'm not looking for her to add anything to that because I'm already fulfilled. So they were having 2 different conversations. However, for Love, I also think that some of what you were saying was misguided in terms of the value part, right? Even if you know who you are, you're still limited in who that person is until you get with somebody else or have relationship. And I don't mean just relationship with another woman. It can be certain relationships that you have with other males. It could be relationship that you have with your parent, just relationship in general. Relationship in general help you grow in areas that you didn't know were lacking. So a woman of value is going to help you, or should a woman of value is going to help you grow in ways that you didn't know that you weren't fulfilled in.
That's
So
not what he said.
that's
But
That's
she, but
literally.
that is
was
that is what I
literally
mean though.
asking.
Hold on,
I was
Biz.
literally
Hold on.
trying to pull that out of him, but
Hold on,
that's
Biz,
not.
let her finish. Biz.
Let me
Biz.
finish this. If you
I don't know how
heard
That
you
is what I
got that.
mean.
if you heard what I said, I did say that I think his thought process is a little misguided. And that's when I went to explaining more so of what I was able to pull from what he was trying to say versus what he actually expressed. I get what you're saying. You was looking for concrete. And I think, again, that's I think a part of a woman's value too, that sometimes we are able to take things and see what you're saying and explain it in a
Stop
different
it. Stop it.
But that's just
Come on,
I'm
But
man.
just saying.
she is right though. That is what I was
Hold
talking
on,
about.
hold on, y'all. Let her finish. She almost about to land.
Based on what I gathered, and he can correct me, based on
No,
what I
you're right.
gathered, okay, that's what I got based on what he was saying, my interpretation of what he was saying. That's all.
So why is it that you couldn't articulate that if that was the question that I was asking?
Because I'm thinking from a right. I'm thinking of a perspective like you mean, like, you know how they have this conversation like, would a woman bring blah blah blah.
I
I'm thinking you
literally
talking about
bro, I literally said verbatim that I'm not talking about the what do you bring to the table conversation.
Oh, really?
I said that verbatim.
So many other women
Then
interpret it exactly the way that I interpret it. That's what I'm
right.
saying.
She's explaining the existence of what I
Well, see,
Come on,
I
man.
think,
Y'all
I think,
come on, man. I asked a very, very clear question. I broke it down, even made it clear saying I am not talking about the what do you bring to the table conversation. I even said I'm not talking about you're dealing with a girl. What are you looking for in a woman, or what value do you feel a woman can bring whatever to the table? He said nothing, just existing. That's how I got into
right.
the okay. Would you then wife a woman that's a heroin addict? So I don't understand how me asking this very simple question and reframing it all different types of ways in order to see where it is that he's getting this information from, only for the women to somehow hear it completely differently.
Because she
yeah,
understands
I
what I'm
think,
saying because she understands what I'm saying from a spiritual perspective. That's why she can. Only a woman can take what I'm
Oh, what
saying
does that
and
mean?
interpret that.
Oh, only a what? Come on, man. Come on, man.
no, hold on, I
But
want
that's
to
why
say
men and
something.
women are designed. That's why men and women are designed
I want to
to
say
view
something.
life perspective differently.
I want to say
No,
something.
bro.
The reason the
No,
reason why
bro.
the ladies heard it completely different than the men, because he resonated with them. He talked similar to them, so because
No,
they hear something completely different.
no,
That's
In
no.
my
crazy
opinion,
as
I
hell.
gotta
that's
say
why they
something. I'm
hear
sorry.
something completely different than what we
Y'all,
hear.
y'all
AM, you
keep
played
saying
me.
What?
ladies.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, wait.
Y'all
What I
keep
hear is a
saying
doormat.
ladies. I ain't
What
speak
I
on what
hear,
he said.
what
I didn't
what
say
I hear
nothing
is a
about what he
doormat.
said.
But
So don't
I
say
do want to
ladies.
answer. I do want to answer both though. When you said how I look at ladies as, and yes, that's absolutely true what you said about how I look at ladies as because I don't see them as anything special. Just like you did, just typical human being. Just like I'm a human being. If I enter into any relationship, they want me to do something. They may not say it, but they want something. If I don't provide what they want, if I don't provide what they want, what's gonna happen? Eventually, argument gonna start. Then eventually, somebody gonna leave. It always happen. Even
Nope.
then, sometimes they'll be like, "Oh, I really love you. I
That's
have
because they don't like
unconditional."
you.
No,
Amen.
no, man.
Amen.
Wait. Let me
Amen.
finish real quick. Let me finish real
That
quick.
is because they don't like you.
Sometimes they be like, "Oh, I mean, I really, this is unconditional. I really, really love you. I really love you unconditionally. Like
They don't like you.
you don't know how much I really love you." But at the same
Like.
time,
Because
no,
you're
they use the
paying
word
them. That's
love.
why.
Hold on, wait. They use the word love, but at the same time,
They don't
they
like
want.
you.
at the same time, they want
It's
something.
delusion.
So thus, I have to be your provider. I have to provide something. And I don't mind doing it. I will provide. I got no problem with that. So long that I'm capable, I'll do it. But now while I'm doing my part, you better do yours.
Yo,
You know, this isn't no free living here.
Cause it's a
I'm doing my
transaction.
part, you do your part. You know, because I
hey,
don't mind doing
hey,
my part. If you let's say we work together, right? You know, we work together, we really work, you know, we get big. If you say you want a car, hey, here you go get your car. No, I need you, you know, when I come home, I need certain things to be done. I don't want to say it, but I would like it to be done. Now, if after maybe 3 or 4 times, I will bring it up. So again, I don't see them as special. Just like Brother Love, you know, his daughter, if his daughter coming just to exist in my life, oh hell no, no, I'm gonna pack your stuff, take you back to your parents, take it back to your dad. You know, you stay there and exist there. Here, you got to do something here. This
yeah,
ain't no free living. Here, you
hey,
got to do something. So
hey,
again, that's
you,
what this is where
yeah.
we're different. You know, I'm not here to do like she ain't up here. Nah, she's right here with me, right here. I'm working my ass, so you better do something too. You're not better
AM,
for it.
Look
yeah,
at JR.
AM, you
I mean,
played me.
I give you. I give
Land
you.
your plane. Stop talking.
AM, you played me earlier, man. You played me, man.
I'll play you.
I asked you if you was absent, and you said yeah. I said, okay, how long? When did you come to that realization? You said, what do you mean? I just, whatever you said, right? You just fucked Shorty 2 months ago. So
No, I didn't say 2 months ago. I'm using Ebonics. I said a couple. It was a year ago, but I'm using Ebonics and saying a couple. I'm just, you know, a person say that they around the corner. I'm just using Ebonics, but it was a year. It was like a year ago or some change
okay,
ago.
but it's a time
Respectfully, it
limit.
was though.
Okay, cool.
I
But
was
there's
using
a
Ebonics, and that's my fault. I wasn't speaking proper,
yeah.
like, you know, my bad. That was my fault.
But what I think you did was, and I'm not, a lot of the ladies that come on the panel do this, where they don't answer the question when there's a clear answer to the question. There was a certain point where you came to the realization that, like, you know, I'm done with, I'm not chasing these women around. I'm just going to do me. I'm gonna be absent, and I'm not fucking. I'm not doing none of that. I just want to get to know people for who they are, and I'm gonna build myself up. There's a date or a month when you decided to do that, and you didn't tell me, which is fine. You can be like, I ain't telling you, nigga, fuck you. But you there's a time
It wasn't.
when
I didn't wake up and be like, I'm gonna be abstinent. I just been going to the gym, focusing, working on myself. That was. I didn't go and put it on a vision board. I said I'm about to just focus on going to the gym and get my squat to 500. I'm about to get my deadlift to 600, which I PR'd yesterday. Got deadlift for 600. You know what I mean? That's what I did.
perfect.
I didn't be like put it on a vision board. Oh, y'all ain't chasing these broads. I never
Yeah,
chased women anyway.
perfect. But
That never was my style.
yeah, but I wasn't talking about chasing women. When did you become abstinent? Is what I was saying. You know, and you can not answer.
There
That's
was no
cool.
time where I went to a vision board, so I'm gonna be abstinent. I just been working on myself, going to the gym and going to
Okay.
work and going home. It's not if I meet
Yeah.
a chick now that's like a decent woman and we vibe or whatever, and we, you know what I'm saying, it is what it is. But I'm on the vision board, I'm abstinent. I'm just gonna like
Yeah.
that didn't happen. I just working on myself.
So I don't know if you understand. So you don't need a vision board to be abstinent. You can just say, "Hey, I'm not having sex for a certain period of time," or you can say, you can say, "I'm not abstinent. When I meet somebody and I want to fuck them, I'm gonna fuck them. But I'm not worried about it." You can say that, right? But abstinent is a thing. It don't just mean I ain't have sex in 2 months. It means it's intentional. If that makes sense.
Okay, maybe okay, and maybe I was wrong for that. I was wrong for that,
Yeah.
but at the same time, still, it's not a situation where I'm chasing. I'm working on me. You know, I got deadlift for 600 now, man. I'm up, man. I'm up right now.
I mean, it also sounds like your decisions or your way of thinking is not even definite. It's shaky. It could be moved. So,
I'm not gonna take your advice. When you got to pay women to be with you, sir.
Damn. No,
You pay
I do
you
also.
paying
I don't
women.
pay. No, you talking about pay.
Listen,
Look,
let me.
look.
No
I
disrespect to you.
I
No
got the best
disrespect to you.
results on this planet.
Cause you're paying
Best
them,
results.
of course.
No. It's funny here that people keep saying pay. Look. You
Bro,
could
if you
you could do as
cracking
much talking as
anything,
you
man,
want. You could do as much talking
Those
as you
not real
want, but
relationships, man.
the thing that truly reigns supreme in all relationship is the person who provides. Money is the supreme
You not
ruler of all
providing. You
situations.
tricking.
No matter what you
Damn.
do, money is the supreme ruler of anything. Y'all
That's
could
not
argue, y'all
provision.
could do
That's
this,
that's
tricking.
y'all could
I
that's
have
think
not
conver.
that's
Hold on, let me
not
finish.
true,
Hold on,
man.
I
hold on,
That's
think Naya. I think
wait,
Naya crack a tranny if she
wait,
wash
hold on.
dishes.
Wait, hold on,
I
let me
think he
finish.
would.
Because
I think
if
so too
everything
at this
else
point.
if everything else fails, right? If love failed, if having conversation failed, if everything, we're now getting to a position where disrespect is happening, the only thing, and she says she's about to leave or whatever it is, the only thing that runs supreme in all argument and everything is the provider, is the person who got that money. If she's the provider, she gone. You fucked. If you got
Yeah,
the
That's
no,
bread,
incorrect.
even
that's not
if you got
If
that's
the
you
not
want to
bread,
know if
correct.
a
even
woman really like you,
I
tell
have
her you
no
broke.
idea where you got that information from.
if you got that bread, even if she leave, you could always get another one because that's how easy. It doesn't have to be the bread. It could even be the house. You could always get a replacement because you run supreme when it comes to the cash flow, or even whatever it is. It could be a car, it could be a house. You run supreme. So, sus,
Can I say
no matter
something?
what,
Yeah,
no matter what, she gotta respect you in your own crib. If you don't got
yeah,
that shit, she'll
no,
talk to you like
no,
you ain't shit.
no.
That
I
always
think
happens.
I think you have a very
He
African
African. Yeah.
perspective on that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I do.
Money is not the supreme thing in a successful relationship. If that was the case,
Provider.
a provider, you said financially, you said money. That
Yeah,
was
then I
your
said
key
car
point.
in the house.
God damn, what is up today, man? You said money, bro. A car in the house is money, bro. It's providing.
Okay,
It's all in the
I'll take
same.
it.
It's all in the same circle. The fact of the matter is that is not true at all. We have seen countless millionaires be married and divorced numerous times. Jennifer Lopez has a bag and has married multiple men with bags, and she's been married 7 times, 6, 7 times or something like that. That does not mean anything. In a successful relationship, there's a lot more to it. Now, if you're just throwing money at it, then sure, you're going to get the results that you're getting of where you just cracking whatever it is that come in front of you, in which
No,
you're now depleting your own value.
no, that's
So,
not what I'm stating though. But I'm listening. But that's not what I'm
but
stating.
that is what you're stating.
No,
I'm just going off of
what I'm
everything that you shared with me today.
although I'm making a fun of what I'm stating is no matter what, the last thing that will run supreme is money, which means that you
No,
will
it's
have
not,
which
man.
hold on, wait, let me finish, which means that your self-respect, even no matter what happened, you, you better respect me. That's meaning like that's the
Money
when
isn't
you
going
when
to
you
bring
have
that, bro.
when
You
you
know how many, lays
when
out here
you
with money
Still
and
young.
can't get no cheeks.
no, hold on real
Do
quick.
y'all
So
really think y'all about to get an
when
African
you
man to understand that
when you
perspective?
do
Come on,
have
man.
hold on, wait, let me
That's where he's
let me
at.
let me at least finish real quick. No, this is what I'm getting at. When you do have the cash flow or anything, you could get other ladies. When you do have the cash flow and other people are struggling, no matter even if they start talking shit, even if they start talking shit, just that you ain't shit, you this, they try, they work on trying to disrespect you any type of way. You still run supreme because you could move that person out and bring somebody else in. I'd rather have that with me as my last results than me being broke and trying to argue with a woman who have, who have all that. So
Can all
I'd
the
rather do
guys
that.
agree that like if you got a woman's mind, you don't need money?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
So
incorrect because he got a woman's
listen,
mind. He got
men
hurt.
who use money as their
Ooh,
way to get women
you
is
talking about love? I know you
Yeah,
ain't talking about
love
me.
love
Oh,
got a
okay,
woman's mind. He
hold
got
on.
hurt.
I'm about
What
to
I'm
say.
saying is men who use money as the go-to to get women and keep women under control or whatever, they lack the ability to know how to deal with a woman to mentally, right? To get her mind mentally. There are women who have buku's amount of money and got broke men, right? And is the mindset. So money doesn't reign supreme. It's how you interact like with a woman. Like I was talking about pimps and hoes earlier, right? So I'm just saying is the mindset of women. I think Naya, you're in a place again. When we look at it culturally, there is something that goes along with what you're saying. So I'm looking at it from your perspective, right?
If money doesn't reign supreme, then more women will be attracted to mindset than they are money, and that's just categorically not true.
Thank you. Yes.
Those are not
Because
women. Those
they
are
bring it
prostitutes.
up. They bring it
Love,
Those are
you
up.
can't.
prostitutes.
Love, you just talking though. You just saying that. That's not.
No,
It's
No,
word.
yes.
Yeah,
I'm
love.
just
Listen,
not
1 minute you
talking
said
to
that you were
talk.
celibate
Really,
or
I
whatever you was.
understand
Next
listen,
what
minute you had a
listen,
chick. Come
listen.
on, man.
Guys complain about what women are doing, but they're using to
Mm-mm.
catch the fish. These men are dealing with these women who are
And
clearly using them for shit, and then turn around being mad that she want to use him for his money. You got her with the money. Don't get mad because she using you for the money. You know what you got her
you know,
for.
and you know
Willie, can
this,
we be
and
honest?
this.
Can you answer the question that I asked? Can we agree that money doesn't matter if you have a woman's mindset? Yes
It
or no?
don't.
If
It
It
you have
don't.
does. It
mind,
does because
does
you would
money
get hurt
matter?
as
For
that.
how long?
That's not all I asked was that
It don't.
question. That's a yes or no, like how y'all get on me. All I'm
No.
asking is if you have a woman's mind, does the money matter?
No. If you can
Yes,
attract
it
women
still
without,
matters.
listen to me. If you can attract women without money,
Hey, so
them the women that you want to be with.
this is the best part about these types of questions. Look at the person's situation and compare it to their answer. Like, you look at the person's results based on the things they're thinking of. Because you can say, okay, yeah, if was a fifth, we'd all be drunk. However, then look at someone who actually has his woman's mind and has the money and can tell you emphatically that if it wasn't for the money, like, bills wouldn't get paid,
Thank
lifestyles
you.
wouldn't get lived. Her
Thank you.
mind is
Listen,
one thing. Hey,
listen.
stop interrupting me,
Most
bro.
of these
You'll
men
get a
with the
chance to
money
talk as
wasn't
soon
with
as
the
I'm
women
done. I'm
before they
not going
had
to
the
hear that
money.
shit right now. So again, as soon as I finish, you can go. As long as you have to have both to have a healthy relationship. However, to get a woman, you don't have to have her mind. You can just have what she wants in her mind, which is oftentimes the lifestyle, the flash, the glitz, the glam. To keep her, having her mind is when it matters. But a lot of y'all, we not trying to keep.
Thank
Like,
you.
you make it seem as if every
Let's
time we get with a woman, we see y'all like, you know what? Like Buddy said, I know from the day that I saw you. No, we trying to fuck. That is the default for the majority. Unless you're ugly, then it's, you might have something. It might be a different conversation. But for attractive women, the women that we're talking about, we don't see y'all thinking like, you know what, man, I want to be a wife. I'm like, her ass is fat. She's pretty. She's light skinned. Oh, she's my type. All the rest of that shit comes secondary, if not tertiary. So for you sitting here saying, well, money doesn't, it does matter. It's like people say church. I mean, when you go to church, pay tithes before you pay your bills. No. Hope don't keep your fucking cable on. Cope won't pay a car note. Cope mentality doesn't put food in your kids' stomachs. So it's so, like, again, the only people that say this are niggas who do not have money.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify on this because I never said that money wasn't.
Take care of those men that ain't got money, and there are plenty of those.
But you're right. There are plenty. So plenty could be 100 out of 100 million. That's the point y'all keep doing. Y'all keep highlighting these small numbers to say, okay, well, there's plenty of men I know, but on average, the general, the mean is not that women take care of broke men. Those women are very few and far in between. They exist? Yes. But to you, one person, knowing 10 people like that would seem like a lot. However, if you look at the grand scheme of all people, the majority of women aren't doing it. There are 100 times more niggas taking care of broke women than there are women taking care of broke men.
But Willie, you know the women they talking about?
The ones they want to be like.
The women who take care of the broke men. The most poor women take care of the brokest men. Like that's who they talking about. You know the girls that they talking about, or y'all saying that these is the high level women y'all talking about? The women in the hood who letting that nigga sleep on her couch, who letting that nigga drive her car, and all that type of nonsense. Who taking care of these broke men? Those are the women who really in mass is taking care of broke men.
Yeah, and they in love, and that's
Let
stupid.
me clarify what I was saying
all day? Hell no.
Let me clarify what I was saying on my end. I was giving pushback tonight and saying that was the top thing in keeping a successful and having a successful relationship. All that I'm saying is that that's not true. Yeah, it 100% plays a factor, right? I would assume every person with a sane mind wants to be with a person that's stable, be it financially or mentally, whatever the case may be, especially for women, right? That's what women are essentially brought up in to understand. That goes back to the conversation that we were having earlier, right? So I'm not giving pushback. I'm not giving pushback on that not being a thing. What I'm saying is that that's not everything. And we have seen that countless times. And this is coming from a nigga that said he wouldn't even change the tire on one of his 4 women, you know what I'm saying, cars. So it's
Hey,
like, come on, man. We got
No,
to keep it
yeah.
a buck here, man.
No,
There's too
yeah,
many
hey,
but
Biz, to
contradictions
be fair,
going
I
on.
wasn't pushing back to what you said. I agree with that. I was
Okay.
responding to what Ms. Taken said, that
I'm saying the
like,
same
I'm
thing too.
always going to make sure that we keep them saying we never let the minority speak for the majority. The minority of women will date a broke nigga. Like the minority of millionaires will date a dude that's regular. The minority will. And when they do, it's for the utility he provides in the bedroom or just because she's bored in company. The majority of men will date a broke woman. The majority of men have no choice but to date broke women. And then if you
No,
extrapolate it further, the
women date
majority of the men that women want are forced to date broke women because y'all act like y'all want the top 20% of niggas because they're all better than you. So if they're better than you, to them you're broke. If, say for example, I date Mistaken and say I make $1 million a year, she makes $100,000 a year. Mistaken is broke to me. I pay $100,000 a year in taxes, but I'm dating her because I like her. She's fun. She's cool. She makes me feel safe. She can cook. She's laugh. She's fun to travel with. All those things I look for in a woman. That's why I'm dating her. Men do that significantly more at a significantly higher percentage than women do. And it's just unrealistic for anybody to say anything different when the statistics prove it.
You're intentionally misrepresenting what I was saying. I was speaking to the same thing that Viz was talking about. That was what we were talking about. What we were talking about was Naya saying that money rules everything. What I was saying that's not the case, because you also need, like, you can deal with a woman, the mind of a woman, and money doesn't necessarily matter. That
yeah,
was what I
but that won't
wanted to
last.
Yeah,
was saying.
that won't
That
last
won't
only so long
last.
though.
That's the only
That's all
thing.
I
It
was
doesn't
saying.
last that long. So it's like you can only do it like if chaos happened one time, you could do it, you could talk about it, everything settled. Happens again, you could do it, you could talk about it. It's just gonna get worse because eventually, just like how she would be like, Bill, we got bills to pay, we got this, we have that. You can't always try to deal with the mind. Eventually, you gotta put some tangible things on the table. You need some tangible things.
Right.
There's no more
The
mind game
only
here.
way
You
that's
gotta say,
gonna
okay,
work
look, babe. This
in
this this
Naya's
the electric
situation,
bill. Let's put
what
this on the
he's saying,
table.
the only way
No,
that's
that's
gonna
that's
work is if he
so
gets
that's what I
with
mean by
women
money
that
rules.
don't
You
have
know,
their own. And that's what Viz is talking about too, where money is not gonna matter. For what Naya is setting up, what he's talking about, he's gonna have to deal with women that is dependent upon him, that needs the money, right? So typically
That's what
you're
he
gonna
wants.
that don't really, right, that don't, you're gonna intentionally go after women that don't have, in order to keep them in a level of control. But if you do have a woman that makes what you make or more, that's not going to work. So therefore you need the ability to
Right.
match with her on a mindset level, or that
yeah.
relationship
Okay,
is going to be very temporary, just like you said.
okay. That's beautiful what you
Right.
just said. See, I had met one lady, right? Wasn't that it was maybe 2 or 3 months ago. You know, we didn't do anything. We're just having conversation. Now, me, I like when we both was engaging. So when like I was making her laugh a lot, making some funny ass joke, like the joke about me and her gonna be in the sky, blah blah blah, etc. Now
This is
the
not
thing
funny.
here is the thing here
Oh,
was that
so you
she
pandering, you selling dreams. That's how
well,
you get the
yeah,
people.
but it's jokes. I put the LOL joke. You know, I like doing it sometimes. But the thing here was that she she had her own job, right? So she was making money. The part that I did like, she never asked me for a dime. Now I want to see her, not no freaky stuff, but like chill. She wanted to go out to a movie. I ain't trying to do all that. We could chill at my house, watch a movie. We don't got to do anything. I won't touch you at all. I got a lot of discipline. I won't touch you. Wallahi Dane, I have
Beta.
that much. Wallahi Dane, I have that much discipline. I won't. If she says she feel uncomfortable, I'm not gonna touch her. So now, right? So
Oh,
I brought.
really?
So no, wallahi, I'm dead serious. I won't. It's just sex. I could just get another one. It's
Oh,
easy. It's not that
really?
hard. So so pretty much now, I asked to come over. She delayed it. Okay, all right, cool. Delayed first time. Made up excuse etc. Now she said next week. That's all right, fine. Next week it is. We kept talking. Now the text is slowing down from my end because I consider this wasting my time now. So next week came Saturday. come delayed again. Hey, can I get a ring check? After that, I stopped hitting her up. That was it for me. I'm done. You know, I'm not gonna keep pushing her, trying to get to know her mind. That's a waste of my time. If she truly
Well,
wants me, let her come and put in the effort. Now, those who say, you know what, I need this man because I might, even those who see opportunity in me, because that's really what it is. You that hungry? You see opportunity in me? Come get me. Those who see opportunity in me are those who are hungry. They may want the money. Fine, you want the money, great. Come get the money. But at least you
And
are.
can
At least
and
when you
can I?
say that. At least when you say that you're gonna come, you keep your word and come. And I like that better than those who be like, oh, can I get a ring check? No, I don't have time or patience to try to get to know your mind 24/7. I got my own life too. You're just a woman, just like
And,
I'm just a man.
well,
and can I
Naya,
say
Worth
this?
it's
investing.
Naya. It sounded like you wasn't no shit, and she figured out that you wasn't no shit. So what's the point of her going over there?
Yo, we already
Well, you
know
say it
Naya
sound like
what Naya be on. We know he, he the money boy.
Like,
He
Can,
pay the bills, all
hey,
type
can I?
shit.
Can I say something real quick?
Real quick,
Okay,
like we
my
got
bad.
a queue. But I wanted to go back to a point that because I was talking about earlier how like with the women cleaning and cooking and all that type of stuff. No, you should just want a woman, you give her stuff and all. Like we gotta be real. Like, please don't gaslight us. Men want a woman who's going to do something inside of their house, right? Women are not wrong for wanting a man who can sustain them, who is financially stable. I'm not saying you got to be rich, but women are not wrong for wanting some that out of the deal. So we're not about to act like we all earthy and we just like, women, they have babies and and all that type of stuff. Like y'all don't want no fit. Most women don't want no 50-50 man. They prefer to be with a man who gonna pay the bills. Women want that out of a relationship, and that's perfectly fine, right? So I don't want y'all to act like man wanting a woman that's going to clean his house or that's going to cook for him. Like, of course, women is always going to say what's in their best interest. They always going to do that. But no, like y'all gotta be reasonable. Y'all gotta be serious. Yes, you're gonna have to do something for a man if y'all together, right? And if he don't do certain things for you, you might be like, I don't really, this might not be for me. So come on, we gotta be real.
yeah,
Can
money
Okay.
reigns
can I say something?
supreme.
So Naya, please stop.
Can I say something?
Um, eh, man, I'm trying to be a newfound beau and not use harsh language toward people, men especially. And Naya is going to be that test for me. The Lord sends tests, and I'm not sure I'm gonna pass this one today. Now, this is what I will say. I'm gonna address Mont first. I agree with you, Mont, but Mont, the way you speak about what your woman does and what you expect your woman to do in the home does not sound like she's your employee. I want you to understand that the language was different. Conceptually great, but Naya cannot, from what I hear, I ain't gonna make no claims on nobody, but from what I hear, what I believe, and what makes sense to me is that Naya is not likable. And you don't have a choice but to provide something for your women to stay around for, because you don't seem a lot of fun. You don't seem like you value the women that makes them want to be around you. What you say about women is very much so you are going, man is to do this, woman is to do this. And not in a good way, not in a Mont way, not in a Willie way, not in a Hink way, but very much so. And it may be the different cultural aspect of it, but it just sounds like women are for labor and men are, I don't know, to pay the bills, which is the easiest thing to do. It's just confusing to me. But you having to pay money, you having to pay bills and take care of your woman, or she'll leave you type thing. That's literally because they don't like you. Because a woman who likes you doesn't need you to do all of these things you claim you have to do for women, or they'll leave you.
Women don't leave you just because you can't pay bills. That means you don't need to be with that woman at all whatsoever. I don't know. We're not going to read your screen. It's backwards anyway. Sir, well, it's not backwards, but it's blurry. However, comma. I'm just saying, like, from what I gather, this is just what I think. This is my opinion. This is no, like, I'm not, like, making a claim about you or anything like that. I just don't think that you're likable.
So look at this here. I'm not sure if y'all could take a read about it. So this is somebody texting me something. I asked them to go grab some oil for me, or to ship the oil. And this is what they, when I was at work, this what if I'm not likable, this here I cut out the
When you
this
say
here was what
somebody,
they
do you mean like one of your shorties?
yeah, the one here, yeah. So if I'm not likable, this would not exist.
Read it to us. I want to know what to say.
Pretty much, no, pretty much saying, have a good day. Maybe later, can we work on me, blah blah. If not, that's cool. And then I asked if we could go grab the oil. If you notice something about if it, let me zoom in the oil. See the working been to get
Oh,
the oil.
oil. Okay.
Oil, oil to ship. We go. We do sales online as we work as a team. So if I'm not likable, that would not exist. If I'm not likable, I'm very
Are
likable.
are
There's
you
other.
are you spending money on them?
Well, I mean, they here, they have food and everything now. And if they need something, we have a pot where there's money at. They could grab money from there. Like if they live here, yeah, like there's a pot where we keep money on. We wash clothes, we take your home stuff, with all those other things.
Okay, so she has access to the pot.
She have access to the pot. Just like again, my sister, her, yeah. And I don't, but I could take it if I want, but I don't need to take it though. That's for the home and whatever personal womanly situation, blah 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 they need. We try to keep money there so we can always make sure that we have stuff. I'll go out, if we need food or other thing, I go to Lowe's, buy a lot of cases of water and bring it in our house so we have water, soda, other things. If I got
That's a
extra
good
money, we
man.
buy some soda, we put it in the house. So
So
if I'm
this
not
so
likable, that
so
wouldn't
this is
be
your
true.
woman. So this is your woman.
I'm still filtering out,
So you
but
trick.
it's somebody I'm dating, but it's still filtering out. I don't consider, there's no commitments to anything yet
So you tricking.
because, no,
Well,
I mean,
Viz, you got to understand his situation
it's,
is so weird. We can't
it's all
really
about how
begin
you're
to try and
looking at it.
understand it. He's
No,
I'm
it's
just
dating
about
a
how
trying to
you're
girl that he
looking
tell
at
lives
you.
it.
with.
I
Like,
feel like everything I've been saying been misconstrued and shit. So I just want to make sure that we all hear that this man is tricking.
he lived with
Um,
a girl that he's dating right now. Like he's like, yo, that's not
Yeah,
even
in the
my girl. Like
situation, yeah.
it's just he get down different. I don't know.
so she lives there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She lives here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She's here.
So you what they say you a safe haven.
I guess I guess you could say that, because if I'm not likable, I
A
wouldn't
rest
be.
haven.
If I'm not likable, I wouldn't be, right? I guess you could say that. I am, pretty much I am the safest place. They claim
Yeah.
that the safest place
Naya,
for them.
But
when she just how did it come about her deciding that she was gonna live with you? How did that work? Like, did it just make sense? Like, tell us about that.
Weakness, man with their weakness. I was just looking at something and oh, came was the intention was not to live here. No,
You're a
but
John?
huh?
Yo.
What? Wait. What she say?
No, tell your story. Tell your story, Naya. I want to hear the story.
Well, I won't go into detail. The intention wasn't that, but I was like, I'd be here for a couple of days, and then eventually, when she was busy clean up with me, well, it was at my old spot. Dude, great at
Yeah.
cleaning up, like what, folding clothes, washing my clothes. I said, ooh, I said, dang, she was good at that. Like
Yeah.
every time I come, the floor was, like everything was
Was she
swept.
homeless?
No,
So she
no.
just moved in. She was just like, hey, I'm gonna just start staying over here with you, even though we don't have no commitment.
It was a little bit more complex than what someone was doing. Then me and
Yeah.
I was weak to my knee, and I wanted a taste of it to myself, and then it got to that point. It got to that point. So, but
Hey,
and then it's been a
hey,
messed
hey,
up
hey.
situation on the other side, and I'm like, look, I'm being for a little bit, and you go back to your dad, whatever it is, so just to be here and put your mind together, go back to the parent. But what I see was that she is and was very useful. Very useful. Like,
Hey,
so her value to me is up. To me, her value is up. That's how useful that she is to me. Like, oh man, you're doing stuff that most ladies I bring over, like one wanted to start staying over with me, but she smoked too much weed. I said, no, I'll pass on that. Thank you, though. But I'm
So
good.
so
She
it
earned her
was
keep.
so she's useful because she was folding clothes.
Other thing, yeah, those another thing, like she
What?
showed
Like
physical
what?
I don't
value.
want y'all to forget.
Like what?
We gotta get love in. I don't want y'all to forget
Okay,
that.
Well, no,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
no,
Let's
no.
love.
Actually,
Well,
I don't want
actually,
to go
no,
into all that
yeah,
detail.
no.
Just
actually, you know what?
No,
Hey,
we
so
got
that
to
green.
we got to see what's valuable for Naya.
He
So
said cooking and cleaning and all that,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
about to,
yeah.
I'm about to,
Just the basics: cooking, making sure place is clean. I like peace, but sometimes maybe some people don't bring it. But cooking, clean, washing clothes. Um, Now once those parts is done, now we think about the more thinking process part, where it's maybe partnership in businesses, come give me counsel on what to do on making decision on which direction I have to go with a certain trade, a certain business. So we get there, but first we got to make sure the basic is there, and I got to make sure your mindset is calm. Because I one time I asked a woman for her counsel because I had a storefront. They had nothing but glass. I said, "What do just want to see her mindset. What do you want me to do with this storefront?" She said, "No, this glass. She said, just break everything down." I said, "Oh no, hell no. I'm not listening to your opinion anymore after this."
wait,
Just
Naya, so you're moving women into your house before you figure out those things are if they can give wise counsel, things of that nature.
no, no, no. That's not necessarily the case. Because if that was the case, then the woman who smoked a lot, I would have brought her to the house. I said, "No, I would pass. Thank you. I'm not interested." It's just this one. I was dealing with this one for a little while.
I think that's a good reason to let somebody live with you. I do. I
Not
ain't gonna
smoking
lie.
though.
I ain't
Not
gonna lie.
smoking. For
At,
Cooking and
smoking,
at
cleaning.
a certain
wait.
point,
You talking about smoking?
no, like cooking and
Oh,
cleaning all that. Listen, at a certain point,
We
me and
gotta
my
get
me, we gonna have somebody. We probably gonna sponsor somebody who want to come and have a little. If somebody want to come from another country and they want to live in with us and they want to be a nanny and all that type of stuff. Hell yeah, you want to take the
No,
load
that's
off.
different. That's different. This is a woman that he's cracking. He's basically wifing her.
That's even better. He gets the cracker. She cooks, she clean everything. He don't got to worry about it. He can be at work. He like, yo, go take this to the laundromat for me. Go take this to UPS for me.
yeah. She
That's
real supportive. That's the
not a
thing.
bad
Real
deal.
supportive. Like sometimes I just volunteer. No, I'm being honest. I'm no.
Okay,
Wallahi,
go
did. I'm
go
being honest.
ahead, love,
Volunteer.
because Naya's not talking about nothing, and I have been saying for a
Oh
little
yeah.
while.
So
Was trying to get
and yeah,
in there.
boss, your name is Mont, right?
Yeah, I'm on
It's
you.
Mont. Okay, peace, God. Yeah, what I wanted to say to what you were saying about the woman and what existing. Uh, Maybe I didn't articulate that correctly. What I meant was, when a woman likes you and she comes into your life, you don't need to give all of these assignments because her nature is automatically going to allow her, if you provide a peaceful environment, to assume those roles. I have never had an experience where I have had to tell a woman to do this or that. I just never experienced that. And
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying when I say a woman comes into your life and she exists. If any of y'all ever meet me in person, you'll feel my aura. I'm extremely peaceful. Like being around me is it's real. It makes
Was
so. What I'm
He
saying
finished.
is when that woman comes, what
Go
you
ahead,
say?
finish, Dan.
What you say?
No, finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I was just saying, like, in regards to the woman existing, is not that she don't have to do anything, but when a not a girl, when a woman comes into your life and she likes you and she sees value in you, you don't need to give all of these extra directions. And a lot of times we hear these guys on the internet. What you say? What you say?
I was clearing my throat. My bad.
Oh, pardon me, OG. And what happens is a lot of these guys are in a position where they're basically in relationships with women who are prostitutes, and they're confusing these women being prostitutes with being wives, and they're expecting prostitutes to behave like wives. And when prostitutes behave like wives, they start complaining about them not being a wife, but this was a prostitute. You see, she didn't like you from the beginning. She liked what you was giving her, and you knew that's what you were doing. But I just wanted to just clarify that.
Well,
LG, but I'm gonna pull out though.
We
I got
need
a
to
question for
clarify
that
what a
real quick.
prostitute is.
I got
Prostitutes sell pussy.
Well, hold on. Well, I got a question to that. So you
It's the
said
women
that
who lie
a
about it.
woman, when she's in a peaceful environment, she's just going to be whatever it is that she's going to be. What happens when the environment isn't peaceful? Because life isn't going to be peaceful at all points. The relationship isn't going to be peaceful at all points. You aren't going to be peaceful at all points. So when the environment isn't peaceful, and then she shows her true character and self, as you've been saying, removing the mask, then what? Then how do you go about in dealing with that situation?
And that's a woman that you shouldn't keep in your life.
Yeah, he's saying that pretty much a woman is going to be perfect, and everybody is not. That's not this type of person is not a woman. It's a girl.
I'm saying if a woman likes you, you don't need to prompt her on what to do for you.
Yeah,
If a
I
woman
agree
comes
with
to your house and she likes you, if a woman likes you, she's at your house and you got to tell her to cook for you, you hungry, that's not a woman for you.
Yeah.
If I deal with a woman and I come over her house, she automatically going to do that
Bro,
anyway.
you keep bringing up surface level shit. If you're coming from, if you're speaking from, you keep saying that you're a spiritual person, you look at people spiritually, so on and so forth. Everything that you're mentioning is surface level shit.
Well, it's not surface level because a woman making a meal for you is a spiritual. So a woman making a meal for you is spiritual. That's not surface level.
Bro, a woman, I'm going off the examples that you're using. A woman cooking for you, that is not spiritual. Nothing about that is spiritual.
Well, a woman cooking for you and making a meal for you is two different things.
Viz, he's going to turn everything into a spiritual thing. But how I would like to respond to you, AM. He's going to say, "Oh, I gave the woman
y'all
two."
understanding what I'm even saying to y'all.
No, I understand what you're saying.
I'm talking about.
And I'm gonna ask you two more questions.
That's why I'm trying.
That's what I'm saying. Only the ladies
Viz,
will understand.
Put it this way.
I'm trying to get you to dig deep. I'm trying to get you to dig deeper with it because I understand what you're saying to an extent, but what you're saying is only surface level shit. In a successful long-term relationship, marriage, that surface level shit is for the birds. You're just gonna be in the same boat now as in removing
I'm using cooking
house.
I'm using cooking as an example. But if a woman comes into your life and she likes you, she's going to be studying to see what can she help you with anyway. She's gonna automatically. If a woman likes you, she's automatically want to help you. You don't need to prompt her say, "Yo, baby, I got this." If you say, "Yo, baby, I got this business idea," and a woman like you enough, she gonna go get a couple dollars and invest in it.
Yeah.
Whatever. It ain't gotta be that. But she gonna be saying, "Hey, look, I'm gonna invest in this for you just to see if you do it. If you fail, it don't matter."
Yeah,
but
I'm gonna push back
in it. I like you.
I want to push back on this idea that you can just kind of like operate so freely in relationships and marriages, whatever, right? I totally understand that if a woman is really down for you and if she really cares for you, that she's going to find ways to contribute to whatever you're doing. I agree with you, right? However, we still need to have standards and we still need to have our expectations for people in relationships. So we still got to know what we want, right? Like a man, I can tell a woman like, hey, a man, he gonna know everything to do. You know, he like you. You ain't gonna have to ask him to take you out on no dates. He always gonna take you out on dates, and he always gonna bring you flowers. You don't gotta tell him you like flowers. He knows. You don't gotta tell him anything. We just like. I still believe that when somebody asks you a question like, hey, you know, what do you require out of a partner or a woman? You should still relatively be able to answer the question without just saying, oh, if she like me, I don't gotta require anything. Everything's gonna happen for me. You know.
What I'm saying is, I'm not meeting somebody and saying, "Hey, here's this list."
Yeah.
I'm saying, "Hey, we met each other.
Bro,
we met each other. Now I'm saying we met each other. Hey, I'm about to sit back and see what you do. I'm gonna watch you because it don't. You could tell people stuff to you blue in the face. It don't matter what you tell people. You gotta watch their actions. That's what I'm saying. When a woman comes in your life, you watch what she doing.
So
Okay,
then
so
ain't
what
she
are
not
the
in moral understanding?
What are the actions that you're looking for?
From a woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
There,
bro. Yeah.
there's not a specific set of actions that I'm looking for. This is what I'm saying.
Is there
When
anything that if you're not getting that you'll leave?
I
After
don't.
watching, you're watching them. So
Hold on, no, let me.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, obviously, if she causing unnecessary chaos and stuff, but
No,
that's
no.
not that's not a
Is there anything that if you're not
ask
receiving?
somebody for peace.
Hold on. Is there anything that if you don't receive in a relationship, you'll leave?
You talking about from a spiritual component, or you talking about from like material or physical?
Anything that you can think of. Is there anything that you're like, yo, I'm not getting
Okay,
this?
let's say for example,
No,
I'm pretty much
step away from the materialistic shit because we've already
okay.
drawn the line there. Your focus is that you're spiritual, right?
Peace.
So
I would say
so
peace. If a woman causes chaos, she gone.
No,
okay.
no, no, no. You can even use physical things, right? Like if you're with a woman, right? And I'm assuming that it's vice versa. Like you're going to figure out ways to make her life better, and all of these type of things, right? Is there anything that like if she just like it's just some things that she's not doing that you just like, yo, like I really would like a woman to do this.
You said
Like
from a material perspective or
yeah,
material
even a
or
physical thing because we physical beings. We gotta wake up. We're real beings. We got hands,
honestly,
right?
like I said, in regards to that area, no, I don't need a woman to do all of that to come in my life and do all that stuff. I'm saying my thing is is
What are
is
you going to do
peace.
when you go in a woman's life? What are you going to provide?
What do you mean when I'm a
Are
private?
you do you, what, okay? So for example, are you going to be the type of man that's going to take the trash out? Are you going to be the type of man that's going, you know what, I want to pay most of the bills. I cover the mortgage.
You know
Like
what?
what is your
That's a good question too. That's a good question because it's the same thing vice versa. A woman shouldn't have to ask me to take trash out. I should know it's already. I should know do that.
but
That's what all I'm saying.
what if you don't take the trash out?
Well, this is what I'm saying to you. The type of man I know the trash needs to be taken out.
Yeah.
No woman should be telling a grown ass man to sit in the house with to take trash out. You know the trash needs to be
Okay.
taken out.
So you believe in gender roles. You believe that there are certain things that a man should be doing.
No. No trash needs to be taken out. I also cook. I also clean laundry.
But yeah,
I
but you
didn't say
said a
that was in general.
man.
Yes,
what you
no
just
grown ass man should be sitting in the house with a woman and the trash is in the kitchen. He ain't take it out. That don't mean it's a general. She could take it out too. But as a grown ass man sitting in the house with a woman, no woman should be complaining he don't even take the trash out. You a grown man. You don't know
should,
the trash
I
out?
take the trash out here.
should a man is it expected for a man to cut the grass?
No, she can take the trash out. She can do all those things she like. But what I'm saying to you, as a man, I know automatically I'm going to do it because that's my character. That's who I am. So I'm gonna do that.
So you don't believe in gender roles.
No. If she want to take trash out, she can. But I'm saying I'm going to take it because I know it to be took out.
The fact that he said that no grown ass man should be sitting in a house without the trash being taken out
Right.
proves he believes in gender roles because
No,
he
I don't
said
believe that.
grown
Don't mean
man.
I
He
believe
brought
in
the, he
general.
brought
That
the
means as a
person's
grown
gender
man, you
into
should.
it. Like
No, that means
but
as a grown man, you should know the trash
listen,
should be
Vince,
taken out.
I expect this from Mont, but when you do it, I be feeling like you just be doing it just because you be trying to make the conversation last long. Might be getting to a point. You know, good and goddamn well that man believe in gender roles. He's saying he don't because that's the only thing he can say to
No,
support his
let me
previous
say this to you.
4 hours worth of
I
work.
don't believe in
He
gender
just
roles, so
said
that's
that
why
if
I'm
a
saying
man
that.
sits in a house and doesn't take out the trash, that no grown ass man should do that. He didn't say
But
no
that's
grown
not
adult. He
that's
said
not
no
a
grown
gender
ass
role.
man. So a grown ass woman can sit in the house with the trash not taken out because
No.
why? She's a woman. He believes in gender roles.
So what is gender roles to you, love?
This is what I'm saying. There's not a gender role. I cook, I do laundry, that's not a gender role. That's something I'm in a household. I can do these things. Even if I'm paying all the bills, I can still take the initiative to do those things. Just because a woman in the house doesn't mean she gotta do them. I can do them. Cleaning and cooking is therapeutic to me. That could be my
No,
therapy. I'm
I
saying I'm a
agree.
grown ass man. I see the trash, babe. The trash need to be taken out. That's all I'm saying.
Right,
That's what I'm
but
saying. I'm
I
not saying
think
it's general. I'm saying, listen, she shouldn't be telling her mother, girl, ma, he don't even take trash out. What? That's it. What the fuck? What?
right, but that's traditionally a gender role. I would
But
assume that you feel that way because you were exposed to those gender roles. So
no.
I think So
I
what? So
wasn't
what
exposed
is?
to those gender roles. In my house, we did everything. I can cook. I can do laundry. I can do it all. I don't
We
need a
all
woman to come
can.
in my life and do all that stuff. I can already do it.
We all know
Right,
how to wash
I
our clothes
understand
up
that.
here.
I understand that. I'm pretty sure all of us except Naya, maybe we can all, you
Wait,
know what I'm
no,
saying,
me too. I
take
know
the
how to
tr-
I'm
cook.
just
I know
saying.
how to
I'm just
clean.
saying. I'm not coming. I'm not having the expectation.
I
Naya
know the
got
noodles.
them women taking out the trash.
No,
yeah.
no, no.
Hey,
I
but
take
listen.
out the
Hey, but listen.
trash.
Hey, but listen.
I
Hey,
take out the trash. I
Hey, but
take
listen.
out the trash in
I'm
my
about to.
house.
Hey, listen. I'm about to slide. But listen. Hey, I want to say this.
They cutting grass too.
First, I want to say
No, no.
that,
I'm gonna cut my
and I
grass.
also want to say. I also.
No, I
No,
don't cut
listen.
mine. That's
I
my
also want to say
responsibility.
this
I'm
too
a
before I
man.
leave. I also want to say too before I leave. I want to say I appreciate y'all. I really do appreciate y'all having me on this. And if I offended anybody anyway, I don't mean I'm just I just want to apologize on my personal behalf if anybody was offended by anything I said. And I just want to say thank you. And I'm about to leave, but I definitely appreciate it. And if y'all ever invite me back, I'll be glad to come. So thank you. I appreciate everything. So
For
I
sure.
thank
appreciate you,
you.
brother. Thank you. All right, let me go get these
All right.
super chats.
Peace,
Yeah.
OG. Peace, peace, peace. Holla, holla, holla.
Yes, sir.
Official Mommy G 199 super sticker. G'day. $2, please. If you're not married, you're single. Room Tiger 499. People are simply frustrated with their life, their social class, the women within it aren't willing to move to a different class or maybe just undesirable. You can again, $2. I'm impressed by mine. He finally agreed with men. Kevin Cook, $75. It's okay to enjoy your 20s, but by 29, ain't you tired of being tossed around like an old pillow? ENA, $2. Thank you, Will. That's that. Great advice. Good job. Bruiser, $4.99. They allowed him to be a stepfather to the twins and baby father, but kept him from being a husband. That's wild. The Black Cleaner, $5. Women bring trust, support, and nurturing. That is the nature of feminine energy. Males, $2. Naya, I mean Eddie, you be fixing binds too? EK, $5. I don't know why you should be with a woman that can't cook. Bo is here gaslighting you guys. A woman that can't cook shouldn't be getting married. Big at 11, $10. I know that Bo is not saying that someone else comes off and projects themselves as unlikable. The mirror is a mother. Want to thank everybody that's contributed to the platform. Let's make sure we bow our head for this Bears game. Enjoy it. Like button on my way out.